All right, welcome everyone. This is Athens Clarke County Mayor Kelly Girtz coming to you on Wednesday, the 6th of January, 2021, our first meeting of the year, and welcome you to virtual City Hall. And I'd like to begin by asking the Clerk of Commission to call roll for us.
Is she on mute?
Yeah,
Yes.
Jean, you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Davenport,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Blank,
Here.
Wright,
Present.
Jensen,
Here.
Poole,
Here.
Edwards,
Here.
Myers, here, Thornton,
Here.
Hamby. Hamby, I see you.
I'm here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam.
Mike, you better loosen your tie. Can't hear you.
No, I know it. I don't know. I haven't tied a tie in 8 months. So
And Mike figured out how to turn his camera on. It's an auspicious day. It's great.
don't get used to it though.
All right, everyone. I would ask for a motion for approval of the minutes of Tuesday, December 1st and Tuesday, December 8th, 2020. Do I hear such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries, and those two sets of minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communication tonight?
For entry into the record, we have notice of acceptance of the right-of-way for streets in Accent, Lakewood subdivision.
Thank you much. I appreciate that. All right. I want to welcome everyone here. We're very grateful to have a new colleague, Commissioner Myers from District 8, who's long been a stalwart of the Athens Clarke County community as an educator, as an advocate, as a volunteer for this government, and now as a county commissioner. So welcome, Commissioner Myers. We're really lucky to have you here. I want to welcome back those who are newly sworn in for a full term, Commissioner Hamby, Commissioner Houle, Commissioner Wright, and Commissioner Parker. Thanks for signing up for another 4 years. All of you've brought great energy to this body, and we're glad to have you here. I think it can't go without noting that, this has been a roller coaster of a day for this state and for the nation. We're praying for peace for brothers and sisters in Washington, D.C., and grateful that we have a community that draws together. And I think every one of the public servants on this call exemplifies that spirit, and I am fortunate to be among you. One of the activities that we pursue at the beginning of every calendar year is designation of Mayor Pro Tem, who can stand in for myself should I be away, and who in many ways serves as the commission's liaison to the agenda process. And I'd be interested in a motion from any commissioner for a nomination for Mayor Pro Tem for calendar year 2021. Commissioner Wright?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Edwards. Even though he made fun of me earlier, I'm still going to proceed with nominating him to be Mayor Pro Tem. I think that he has a green spoke, so to speak, for all of us and communicates well with all the commissioners. And I've appreciated the work he's done on our behalf in the agenda cycle and working with you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Edwards, you accept this nomination?
I do, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for their vote of confidence. I'm ready and willing to serve and look forward to another great year working with a great team. So thanks, everybody.
Great. Thanks for your willingness, Commissioner. I think Commissioner Hamby and I were the only two members of this body who were here during the last economic downturn. And it was during that period that we made it common practice to have Mayor Pro Tem for 2 years. We found the continuity to be helpful, particularly as You spend several months learning the ropes and kind of diving deeper as mayor pro tem, and it just benefits everyone to have that continuity continue into a second year. So, all in favor of the nomination of Commissioner Edwards as mayor pro tem?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you again, Russell. We really look forward to your support this year.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. I believe the attorney has presented an ordinance establishing the date, time, and place of these meetings. Then entertain a motion for approval of that ordinance.
So moved.
Let me read it real quick, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Attorney Drake.
An ordinance establishing the date, time, and place of regular meetings of the Commission of Athens, Clark County, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Thanks, Judd. All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Houle. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. We are set up for 2021. All right. We are moving on to our consent agenda, which just consists of 3 items tonight. Would any commissioner like to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right. Hearing none, I'd entertain.
Sorry, give me just 1 second. I got to take a look.
And Mr. Mayor, 2 of the items have ordinances associated with them, so I'll read those if they remain on the agenda.
Okay.
On the consent agenda.
Oh, I would like to remove items 1 and 2, please.
Okay. All right. Make myself a note. All right. So item 3 remains on the consent agenda. It does not have an ordinance attached to it. All in favor of approval of item number 3? Is there a motion?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, I needed to ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson and a second from Commissioner Myers for approval of item number 3 on the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, 3 is approved. All right. We're going to move forward to item number 1, the ordinance regarding the US EDA Sprint Challenge application regarding economic development. Commissioner Parker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to pull this off to just make a brief mention of one of the priorities we added to our consolidated plan for HCD. I think it was last year, regarding support for worker-owned cooperatives. And I asked the manager to provide clarification whether or not among the activities in this study, if considering how we might better support that business formation might be something that they can take a look into, since I think that entrepreneurship in itself does a lot for community uplift, but there isn't quite anything like a democratically run workplace in which folks have a say in their working conditions and are equally, dividing the fruits of their labor. And so figuring out how we can support more of businesses of those kinds, as Commissioner Davenport has seen, it can be really transformative for the lives of people who get to take part in those kinds of things. And so I just wanted to mention that. I think this is an opportunity to continue supporting that work. Manager Williams I posed this question to Manager Williams yesterday, just to make sure that this is something that could be included among their initiatives for the study. And so I just wanted to point out that he did say that they will have the opportunity to talk to 1 or 2 worker co-ops to include some input on the barriers that they face and the support that they could use to thrive in Athens, among the kinds of input that we'll be receiving from the study funded by this grant. And so I'm really excited about that. And so just wanted to make note of that. And with that, I will motion that we approve.
All right. I've got a motion on the floor from Commissioner Parker. Do I hear a second?
Mr. Mayor, there is an ordinance, if I could read that one real quick.
Yeah, go right ahead, Judd.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating and capital budget for Athens, Clark County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding, if awarded, from the US Economic Development Administration for the US EDA Sprint Challenge grant and for other purposes.
Thanks. All right. I've got a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Link. Is there any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none in opposition, motion carries. All right. Item number 2 is adoption of an ordinance regarding the Victim of Crime Act grant for the Solicitor's Office. Commissioner Parker, I know you wanted to discuss this one as well.
I unmuted myself pretty quick there. I'm getting quicker at catching it. Yeah, I had a couple of questions for the manager that I got really good, thorough answers to that I thought the benefit of the public as well as my fellow commissioners, we might take a moment to discuss. I first of all want to say that I was really pleased to learn a lot more about this program. I think this is really important work, making sure that folks that are survivors of crime have supports they need with their healing in the aftermath of unfortunate events, in addition to the legal obligation this office does have to notify them of their rights. And so I'm just going to pose the questions that I had asked in my earlier email, Manager Williams, if you wouldn't mind kind of running down some of the answers I initially sought. The first of which being there was a discrepancy, I believe, between the number of folks served in the history section and the facts and issues section. Within the history section, it identified that 9,500 or 9,000 folks had received services as, thanks to this office. And then later on in the document, it said that in 2020, about 6,000 folks had been served. And so can you talk to us a little bit about where that discrepancy arose from and indeed how many people were served by this office in 2020?
Blaine, your audio is not coming through.
Oh, I can't wait till in-person meetings.
It's gonna be
Amen.
nice.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me all now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm using a different microphone, so forgive me if it's not good quality. I was saying, Commissioner Parker, that was a good catch. We had several folks working in that agenda item, and that was a typo. But I think you're absolutely right. It's important to call out the good work that's being done. And so when we talk about, as we titled them, new victims, those are cases that originated in 2020. And the 9,500 number of new victims was the correct number, not the lower one. As an update, at the end of 2020, the number of services for new victims is now up to close to 10,000. And I want to note, too, that, unfortunately, victims of crime don't start their experience or end their experience with calendar days. So actually, the staff, beyond new victims, they're working with continuing victims. So really, total services provided is closer to 13,000, 14,000 services. So thank you for catching that.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying. My next question had to do with the title of the role that's being funded through this grant. So there's a victim advocate position and there's the victim notification clerk. Can you talk a little bit about what those are and why we are choosing to fund one over the other in this iteration of the grant?
Yes, thank you. Well, when the office originally applied for the funding, they were hoping for more funding. And so that would have covered an existing victim notification clerk and then would have added a victim advocate. They were not awarded enough funding to do both positions. And so they defaulted to, let's at least continue the services that we have. There are different responsibilities for a victim advocate versus a notification clerk. But basically, the solicitor's office does cross-train these folks. So really, any of the functions performed by one can be performed by the other, just to simplify it. But what the solicitor's office is seeking is continuing the existing notification clerk to be funded by the grant funds.
Okay, because when I was reading that, it gave me the impression that the notification clerk was in charge of just notifying victims of their rights, whereas a victim advocate's role might be a little more robust with regards to connecting people to services. But I'm glad to hear there's actually some kind of overlap in the responsibilities and that work is still ongoing and helping a lot of people here.
Well, I'm sorry, Commissioner Parker, you are correct. And I think that the solicitor's office would like to reclassify, that is, increase the responsibilities of the notification clerk to that of an advocate if they had some additional funding.
I understand. And then my last question was regarding the impact of COVID on the role of volunteers within this program, since it wasn't clear like what exactly the volunteers were doing and how their absence might impact the quality of services that this office was able to provide. And I mean, I guess, correct me or add additional detail if I miss anything, Manager Williams, but it sounds like for the most part, they're able to provide the same level of service pre-COVID as we're seeing today, which is heartening for me to know that folks are still able to, get that support that they need in the aftermath of crime and things like that. So just, wanted to make sure people are still getting that help. So thank you for clarifying those questions. I don't know if anyone has any others, but I definitely would like to motion that we approve.
Mr. Mayor, if you'll allow me to read the ordinance.
Please do. Thanks, Judd.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating capital budget for Athens, Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding from the Prosecuting Attorney's Council of Georgia for one full-time position and associated expenses to support assistance to crime victims and for other purposes.
Thanks, Judd. And I know I've got questions from Commissioners Houle and Commissioner Myers.
And let me point out, I think there's a typo. I think this should be the FY 2021 annual operating budget, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll note that in the motion. Jesse?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll second Commissioner Parker's motion, and I just wanted to jump in with a question for the benefit of the public as well. A lot of folks are looking at budgets and trying to understand the relationship between Clarke County Unified Government and these other entities and constitutional officers. And so I was hoping, Manager Williams, if you could just elaborate briefly on why we're being asked to approve this instead of it just going to the Solicitor General, so kind of where it emanated from and the role we play in this process.
Absolutely, and thank you, Commissioner Houle, and of course I'll defer the attorney for any of his previous career experience, but and that really speaks to the roles of the Mayor and Commission, our charter, and then constitutional officers, which are state, really creatures of the state. And I would say that we have to work together. The Mayor and Commission, one of your major roles is allocating funds to the various departments and independently elected officials like the Solicitor General and the other constitutional officers. You do have ordinances that have been passed before, and I think each year with the budget you update them. And one of which is the acceptance of grants. By way of mention, for instance, through ordinance, you give the manager the ability to approve grants up to $50,000, but don't commit any match. And we get y'all have seen those $2,000 and $3,000 grants that our staff works for to bring in that we don't try and burden you with, but let you know about, of course. In this case, this grant is over $50,000, and whether or not it requires a match, that particular threshold, you do require that both department directors, the manager, and constitutional officers bring that to you for approval. That's my understanding of it.
I agree.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Manager, in explaining that.
Jesse, do you have any follow-up?
I was just saying thank you, but the beauty of doing all of this virtually is we talk over each other all the time. So I'll kick it over to Commissioner Myers.
Good, Carol.
Thank you, Commissioner Houle and Mayor Girtz. I wasn't going to bring this up, but I asked this question, and I thought it would be on the consent agenda, but I think the question is worth sharing, or the answer to it. This is a grant that requires an in-kind match on the local level. And the in-kind, what I found out was that the in-kind match is all done through volunteer hours, but the volunteer hours are because of our relationship with the University of Georgia. And this is through the School of Public and International Affairs at the University of Georgia. And volunteers are recruited and help in the solicitor's office with the support of the victims in this case, and are paid $15 an hour. Anyway, I just thought it would be interesting to share that with the public as well.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input on this item? Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, I have one more thing. Manager Williams, how much would it cost to fund that victim advocate position that they were seeking grant funding for, but were unsuccessful for?
I don't have that figure for you, but I can get that for you within the next day or so.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think it's an extraordinary amount of money.
Manager Williams, just following up on Commissioner Parker's question, if it was determined that the commission desired to make a budget amendment to fund that gap, would that be something that we could speak to the solicitor about and return to this body?
Absolutely.
And that's something I'd certainly be in favor of, Mr. Mayor, if there's interest among this body to return to this discussion after conferring with the solicitor about that potentiality.
Yeah, let's definitely pursue that conversation. I'll make sure that Manager Williams or I have a conversation with Solicitor Chisholm.
Great.
All right, there is a motion on the floor from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Houle. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, any opposed? All right, and Judd has read the ordinance, so motion carries. All right, we have two pieces of planning and zoning old business. The first of these, item number 4, regards a project at 398 South Milledge Avenue. I think this is in Commissioner Link's district.
Yeah, this project's been around for a little while. This is in addition to a historic sorority house. And, it went through HPC review. There was some contesting of it. And I believe that it was taken off the agenda last month because there was some question about parking availability. I've had some discussion with the architects. Often we get concerns about parking and adjacency to neighborhood streets and the potential for parking issues there. I believe there's an agreement with Clark Central Schools or Clark Central High that's pending that is supposed to serve for overflow parking. My main concern with this project is in seeing these large scale additions onto these historic homes, I feel like it compromises the future adaptive reuse of these structures, foreseeing a day when perhaps, these kind of classist civic, student organizations are not a thing anymore. What is the future potential for the adaptive reuse of these historic structures? I think that's a broader question for this government to address in planning and zoning laws. But for this project itself, I feel like, the issues have been resolved that have, put it on hold. So I'll propose that we pass this.
I'll second it. And I can add too that there are several sororities that do overflow into Clark Central. So that's not like it's a unique request that they're asking for. It does give some additional eyes and activity on the campuses of Clark Central, when there's not school stuff happening. But so I would imagine that request will go forward like the other ones.
All right. A motion from Commissioner Link, a second from Commissioner Wright. Further questions? All in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I'll read the ordinance.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it, Judd.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clark County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning a parcel of land comprising approximately 0.73 acres located at 398 South Milledge Avenue from COMAC Commercial Office Milledge Avenue Corridor to COMAC PD Commercial Office Milledge Avenue Corridor Plan Development and for other purposes.
Thank you for that, Judd. All right. There is a motion from Commissioner Link, a second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries. All right. Item number 5 is another piece of old business, planning and zoning item regarding 3 parcels on Lexington Road in the Sin Commissioner Parker's district. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so after some of our discussion at the last meeting regarding concerns about the quality of life for folks living within the airport overlay zone with planes flying overhead and with some work we're trying to do to increase aviation traffic in that area, the way those impacts might increase in years to come, as well as considering other kinds of good things we could get out of this project in order to justify, overriding, I guess you could say, the Planning Commission's concerns about its proximity to the airport. Commissioner Houle and I met with the developers last week or so to talk about the sustainability components of the project. As well, Commissioner Houle engaged with a local expert on sustainability with regards to what we might be able to ask that would be respectively or relatively minimally impactful on the design features of the development and easy to incorporate given their current plans. And we came away from those discussions with the idea of putting some requirements regarding the insulation and window treatments on the property in order to both increase its sustainability and diminish any sound pollution or noise pollution concerns that might hinder quality of life issues for those folks that live there. And I would go ahead and go to the section of the ordinance that Attorney Michael Petty was able to put together for us to capture some of those interests. So in addition to having a minimum of 12 affordable residential units, as described in the document, the Administrative Oversight Agreement, that's attached in Exhibit B, the construction shall adhere to the insulation and fenestration requirements contained in the 2015 International Energy Conservation Code, not including the Georgia amendments. So for essentially making so that the wood frame wall, our value for climate zone 3, which we're in, will be 20 or 13 plus 5. Construction also will adhere to language requirements contained in the 2015 Energy Conservation Code, not including the Georgia amendments. And insulation used in the development shall have a density equal to or greater than 2 pounds per cubic foot, all of which, help manage air leakages and, heat escaping from these properties, as well as providing additional insulation that will hopefully drown out some of the noise that folks were concerned about. And I hope, I would love to hear from my fellow commissioners if this consultant from the developers who today emailed us and said they were amenable to the change, or enough to allay some of your concerns about quality of life for this area. And with that, I would like to approve.
All right. So motion, Judd, could you read the ordinance for this?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clark County, Georgia, with respect to special use approval in the C.G.A. Commercial General Airport Overlay Zone District and in the RM1A Mixed Density Residential Airport Overlay Zone for a parcel of land comprising approximately 9.42 acres and for other purposes.
Thanks, Judd. All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker. Before I move to Commissioner Houle, is there a second?
Second.
All right. And Commissioner Houle, I know you had some comments as well.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to jump in and echo what Commissioner Parker was saying. I really appreciate that Commissioner Parker laid out the deep in the weeds specifics that seem kind of necessary to make this work as a CDO. But to kind of put it in plainer terms, basically there's in the airport overlay district, we had some measures cited based on the Georgia Powers plan that's now no longer even available to view and is totally obsolete. And that's basically what we've still got in our airport overlay design guidelines to try to mitigate noise issues that people might experience when they're living that close to the airport. So I think beyond tonight, there's a good argument for us needing to revisit those airport overlay guidelines in case more developments might get proposed in that area. And I imagine they might dovetail well with some of the Planning Commission recommendations and the sustainability design guidelines that have been sitting before LRC. So I'd be interested in seeing that. But for this specifically, basically we get kind of a win-win here where the common measures that have been put in place in other communities where they have guidelines in place around airport overlay districts involve the same kinds of things that you would do to have improved weatherization from a sustainability perspective. And so to try to make it an easy thing to cite, we just went with the IECC to use those sustainability regulations, which happen to also provide the benefit of dampening sound to address some of those concerns. And so what really strikes me as positive about this development is that the developers not only offered affordable housing up front in a way that, is a lot of people are doing these days, but they also were willing to work with us on something that would be more sustainable and kind of go above and beyond for the quality of life of the residents. And I think that can, set the stage for maybe positive ways to move forward in this community to marry the ideas of affordability and sustainability, which I think has been a struggle for people to figure out. So with that in mind, I feel like this is enabling us to maybe set a nice precedent to move forward on, even though it's in a tricky area.
Commissioner Thornton, go ahead.
I was trying to second because I wanted to add my comment, but I know I sent an email out earlier, and I think that Commissioner Parker answered that following the codes and the guidelines, it does look like we're moving to that whole concept of 100 renewable energy in some way, shape, or fashion. So I just wanted to make sure I'm right in that assumption. Not that I would change my vote, but you do see this as moving in that direction, Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, well, our commitment to 100% energy does apply strictly to what is within our authority with governmental properties and the functions of the unified government. And so I think that in future negotiations with folks bringing plan developments before us, setting new precedents for what our sustainability standards are for the private sector will help ensure that our community as a whole is transitioning somewhat in a unified fashion. Since there's a lot of other things outside of the government that it's harder for us to control, I look forward to hopefully looking into heightened standards like these in plan developments in the future as a way to bring that bring the private sector and public sector together to make that 100% renewable energy transition sort of unified across the community.
And my second just thought and dealing with development and Mayor Girtz, it is just a thought. When we are negotiating these housing projects, and maybe we could look at or have something that would reflect uniformly how many affordable units are going to be in a complex. Maybe there's a set thing or a set number. I know when we talked earlier about the development, I think it was down by off of College maybe, and I think we kind of boosted the number of affordable units. I think that 12 units are good, but I probably would have liked to see more like 15 to 20 to really make a sustainable impact. But it's a start. So I hope when we maybe somewhere along the line, a committee could look at if developments have similar apartment numbers, that there is a standard number that we would recommend for affordability. That's it.
No, that's helpful, Commissioner Thornton. And like you, I think everybody here would like a common standard, a common path to permanent affordability in every new unit. So the work that the Planning Commission did last year in that sort of foundational set of recommendations they provided to us will be refined this year into some ordinance language so that as a developer enters, there's a standard path for that affordability rather than having to negotiate every rezoned project on a case-by-case basis. I think that's going to be helpful for everybody. It's going to be helpful for us and it's going to be helpful for the development community just so they know what that matrix looks like. Also got input from Commissioner Myers and then Commissioner Houle.
First, I want to commend the work that Mariah, Commissioner Parker, and Commissioner Houle are doing for working with the developer on getting stricter building requirements that would help with the noise and for the energy usage as well, and the inclusion of affordable housing in this as well. I totally appreciate those efforts. However, I did spend some time last week, a couple of weeks ago, listening to the planning commission discussion about this development, and I do have some concerns still with the building of it in the overlay zone. In particular, there was a comment that stuck out for me and for several members of the planning commission, where the airport director pointed out that it seemed to be communicated that the airport director might be open to reviewing these overlay zones, but in this case, this subdivision, this development is right in the place where planes are more likely to crash, and I'm quoting from what I heard, when they bank to the left on takeoff. And that was a concern to me about this project that is making me very, very reluctant to approve it as we move forward.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle and then Commissioner Hamby.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I did want to echo Commissioner Thornton just regarding the need for enacting inclusionary zoning measures to provide that common standard where we can have incentives like density bonuses and other things for improvements around affordability and hopefully sustainability. I would like to clarify just a couple things with Commissioner Parker and or the attorney regarding just the percent AMI as it's defined, how we're defining affordable in this, and then also, we had asked for clarity around that agreement on affordability, so we had something to really hold them to in writing that would stick. I know that was another concern that was raised, and we've talked about that by email, but haven't talked about that before the public.
Well, that was added, so the agreement was added as a special condition to the zoning ordinance, and so that's being approved tonight by the commission, so that will ensure the enforceability of that provision.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Drake. I guess I will add one other thing that's impressed me about this is that a lot of affordability developments get caught up in voucher programs, things like Section 8, Section 42, things like that, which involve partnering with other folks. And also, there's a very long wait list. So it's hard for people who need affordable housing to get it if they haven't qualified through that wait list yet. What I think is impressive about this development is there's just 10% of units being offered at a lower cost, being offered well below the standard rate. And I think that is not only affordable, but more accessibly affordable, which I think is an important distinction from a lot of what we see when affordable is proposed. And regarding Commissioner Myers' concerns about the safety, I'd actually like some clarity on that too. I don't know if you can speak to that, Manager Williams, but it seems to me like there's the opportunity maybe for planes in that situation to bank right or something. And secondly, there seem to be a number of other airports, including in Georgia, where there are runways, this close or closer to residential areas that seem to still meet FAA guidelines.
Well, typically, as a matter of course, for airports, you don't really want high density developments in or near any of the runways. And for the folks that are watching, these overlays that we talk about, when you think about protection zones at an airport, it's sort of like an upside down wedding cake. It kind of goes out from there. Commissioner Houle, I don't know if I can really speak to, changes in flight patterns tonight. This is certainly something that, we could talk with the airport authority about, an airport director, and have them, I know they are, and Commissioner Myers confirmed that with her questions that they are looking at the airport overlay zones now, and I think they hope to have some review completed by the end of February. That doesn't help you in your decision tonight, but if you have any specific technical questions we need to talk with the airport authority about, I'm glad to take them.
All right, Commissioner Hamby.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I share Commissioner Meyer's concern about the overlay. You know, we've had this overlay in place, and I'm glad to hear there's going to be a review. And I'd kind of like to see what that review yields before we approve a special use here. You know, there's been before us in the past that we've looked at this overlay and said, you know, we're in the overlay. That's too bad. So I think if we're going to be consistent with people and fair with people, then we need to take a broader look at that overlay district. If it needs to change, it needs to change. But we also need to make sure that we're listening to the airport director and to the planning commission members who are also concerned. You always. I mean, the overlay is there for a reason, and it's a reason to help keep people safe in the event some tragedy happens, and we hope that doesn't happen. So I think having that review before we approve any sort of special use here would be prudent, but also think that you know, if you just take the face of the project itself, the fact that we're only getting 10%, we're offering a special use in an overlay zone. That's a high commodity for somebody, and that's a high commodity for the developer. And if we're offering that, then they should certainly be giving out more affordable housing for that special use. The second thing is, you know, if you look at, I know at the last meeting, Commissioner Link spoke up and liked the design. Commissioner Link and her taste and my taste don't always agree or mesh, but I certainly think the design is kind of just standard. There's no balconies for people. It's I think it's, you know, I think when we come to development and we hear this a lot about the east side, why does the east side get all the cheap stuff? And I think we ought to have higher standards for what we're expecting developers, and, you know, having some balconies for people to enjoy. If we're gonna offer this special use, offer it for more density or offer it for more affordable housing, but also offer it for a better design. But before we do any of that, I think we ought to have a discussion about the overlay zone and how and if that can be changed, or how and should it be changed. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I also appreciate the work that's been done on this that would maybe improve the noise within a unit. But I think that we all know, especially during this pandemic, we don't want people shut in their house for sanity and peace of mind. I think that the outside of our dwellings that we are approving should also be quality for those residents. I am more aligned with the denial coming from the Airport Authority and Planning Commission and staff. The different details that they pointed out resonate with me. It even talks about a form that would need to be approved by the FAA if this were to go forward, Form 7460. So again, the density of housing and heads in bed near and within airport overlays is a safety consideration, and that's why some of the options of businesses where there's not people potentially within 24 hours a day type thing that residents have. And also the magnitude of these multi-family dwellings don't really fit in with the neighborhood that's there, the single family housing. So that's another density consideration that, so I'm more aligned with the denials that have come forward for when I vote. That's where my denial or not supporting it will come from.
Any other remarks before I ask the clerk to call roll? Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have, obvious safety concerns. I guess the thing that's in my mind is like, what if a plane did crash into one of these things, how amazingly terrible I would feel. And I completely just admitting that I also am far from an expert on airplane and airport safety situations. So is there a way for us to hold this item until after this review that the manager brought up?
So this is
basically, yeah.
So this is a special use application. I believe we've got an opportunity to do a single hold. Is that correct, Brad?
You under the ordinance, you have the ability to hold it one time for no more than 40 days, and you've already exercised that option. So the only other option you would have in front of you at this point, obviously you can approve it, you can deny it, you can send it back to the Planning Commission. But I don't know that at this point, the sending it back right now is going to give anybody enough time to work through, an airport analysis and review. You would, it'd almost have to be sit back and then with some understanding that it's just going to be held for a period of time. And, and I don't know that we have that ability in the ordinance.
And Brad, if I might, and I just want to clarify, my understanding of this, the review of the airport overlay is really procedural in nature. Brad, you asked the airport director, Matthews, if there was a way that if there were some immediate set standards that could be identified that, planning could give a pass on the project without having to go to the airport authority that met those standards. So I'm not sure if the review, I just want to be clear, the review of the airport overlay may not be as far reaching as y'all are thinking that will help you with this particular situation. Brad, what would you say to that?
No, I would agree. I think, to get into the other thing that Director Matthews talked about was, expressing an interest in going back and doing more of a comprehensive evaluation of that section of the ordinance that it lives within the zoning ordinance, but it deals with the airport overlay. And so it would be procedural, but it would also be standards, things like that. That's probably more in the time frame that you would also be dealing. I'm not trying to direct a motion here, but if this were to be denied, they would have a 12-month hold, and then they could bring it back at the end of that 12-month period under our ordinance. I mean, honestly, you're probably looking at that amount of time to do a comprehensive assessment and then bring it through the public process as an amendment anyway.
All right. So I think I've got interest from Commissioner Link. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. So the vast bulk of this this is a pretty large piece of property, and they're concentrating all the development towards the highway frontage of it. And the vast majority of it is in what's called the transitional zone. There's only a teeny tiny fragment that reaches over into what's on this map, the current AZ2. Can the manager please explain the differences between these two zones? Because as it stands, the adjacent neighborhood is in this transitional zone, and there's dozens of homes, and I believe there are some duplexes in that neighborhood as well. Can you explain the difference between the transitional zone and this AZ and RPZ zones with regards to airport traffic and safety?
I can't give you the specific differences between the zones. I know that, they have different uses. And again, much of the impacts, and it was mentioned tonight, that are far reaching for the east side, are these height restrictions, which are really more, they're more relevant the closer you get to the airport. So, Commissioner Link, I'm sorry, I can't tell you the difference between those zones this evening.
So, from what I understand, this property kind of sits lower in the topography. So, the 3-story height of these buildings is not necessarily, inducive of how high it actually sits in the topography.
Well,
is that the case?
I think as presented, and Brad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think this violates any of the height issues with the airport. It just, there are other implications.
Manager Williams, correct. We're not dealing with an encroachment of vertical heights into a glide path or those horizontal and those vertical elements of the overall zone, but it's largely proximity here. It is in transitional surface zone, but it is right kind of at the area where the transitional surface and the approach and the protection zone all come together. So you largely what you all are used to dealing with is the approach zones, and that's going to generally be your glide path as an airplane approaches for landing or it takes off, the area that they are also in. The transition or transition zones are really those areas that run parallel to the runway on either side, that aren't those areas in the glide path. You know, the concern here with this one is just it is so close to the end of the runway that it's also very close to being in an area that they would not even be allowed if it encroached into the protection zone. They don't even have the option to come to you to ask to build it. It's a no build area. So I think that was, not to put words in the authority's mouth, but I think that was their concern, was general proximity to the runway.
But there are no restrictions on the books, like state or federal FAA restrictions about, you know, the amount of density in these transitional zones. I mean, they seem to be more of like a quality of life indicator.
I mean, I would have to defer to the authority on that one in terms of FAA regulations.
I mean, as someone who lives in the flight path of the hospital helicopters, I understand the noise, but it is something, I also live 2 blocks from a train too. But, we are talking about workforce and affordable housing, and there's limited places that are left to build, especially ones that are zoned multifamily, that can accommodate this level of kind of moderately dense multifamily housing. And we have a developer who's, willing to put in some extra affordable. I just think that we need to have a conversation about, this is zoned for what they're asking. The only thing hindering this project could have been done by right if not for this airport zone that it's being built in. Why didn't we, when we redid the land use plan just a couple years ago, why didn't we go ahead and say, hey, all this RM development in these airport zones, maybe we need to downzone it to RS? I just think it's doing a disservice to the development community to have things that are zoned in airport overlay zones when we're not going to approve them for the zoning that is on the books.
Back to Commissioner Houle.
Thanks, y'all. This will be, I guess, just my final comment, but I'm really grateful that Commissioner Link pointed out, there is an adjacent neighborhood here. If it weren't for the airport overlay, this is the kind of development that could go in by right. And there, so there's already people living here. So I think the safety concerns, I guess I feel like it feels a bit like maybe a red herring to me. And regarding the idea of like the quality of the units and the outdoor space, anytime you try to make units affordable, workforce housing isn't going to have as many nice amenities as higher scale housing, and certainly affordable housing, there's usually these trade-offs. I've been honestly kind of surprised that the folks who came forward with this development not only offered the affordable units in the way I explained previously, but have also been willing to take on what's going to be, a fairly substantial additional cost to build all the walls thicker with denser insulation. So we have to think about how many concessions can we get and still have housing that people who live in Athens on a working class wage can actually afford to live in. And I'd love to have balconies and parks and fountains and water slides, but we can't have everything and still offer it at a subsidized rate unless the economy of the United States of America changes dramatically. So, given what we've got, I'm grateful that what stick out to me is 2 top priorities, sustainability and affordability, are what's been prioritized here, which also means that the sustainable development is going to be a better quality building to live in, even if it doesn't have those outdoor amenities. Certainly, near enough to many other, I think, enjoyable amenities in the community. And in a place where we need to offer housing that's close-ish to town.
Commissioner Parker. Sorry, you're still muted.
The first time of 2021, right? That I did it. That I did that. Aw, that's sweet. Okay, so I just wanted to echo some of what Commissioner Houle said about what we prioritize with regards to the quality of planned development, particularly for workforce and affordable housing. Given the trade-off between like having like what we deem to be aesthetically pleasing accoutrements and something that's going to be able to save folks money on their heat, be better for the planet in the long term. I definitely value function over form with regards to our priorities as a body, also taking into account that our aesthetic preferences are, ours, and folks can choose to live where they, want to live. I definitely wouldn't want to see this body approving things based on like what we think looks nice. But regardless of that, I think that getting concessions that are going to be sustainable and also help people that are already on a tight budget keep more money in their wallets, and that we are able to get that out of a project that in a different part of town would move forward without any of those considerations because they wouldn't need to negotiate with us. It's pretty cool. So I still hope that we can have some of y'all support on this because I think it is a quality project.
Kelly, I have something to say if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
So I do disagree. I think we do all the time approve things based on whether or not we like the way it looks or not. I mean, that's part of our job. If it's not functioning within how it looks or how it functions, then that's part of what we do. But I also think that poor people deserve a balcony too. And I think when we start down that line, I mean, there's people in the past that didn't think poor people deserved windows. There's people in the past in this government. I can remember hearing a discussion about Lay Park. We had people in the government when that was first being built. They didn't want to put windows in the building. So my point is, yes, we should look at how it's designed. Yes, we should look at how it looks, and yes, we should look at how it adds value not only to the community but to the people who are going to be living there, rich or poor. And I think I just feel like that's poor people like to have the amenities too. And that's not too much to ask of somebody who's getting a special use permit to put a 3-story building within our airport overlay zone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, everybody ready to vote? All right, there's Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, not gonna try to get into all that thing. I think we all agree that if we're gonna have where balconies, all poor people, which I agree, everybody, then we gotta be consistent with how we apply that. We need to make sure that we visit the redevelopment of Bethel homes and all these other things are also going to make sure that we have balconies built onto them too, so that we're being consistent with that. But outside of that, my total concerns here are with the safety part. And I did want to ask, I was just reading through the item, and the airport authority did state that if we did decide to approve this, that the authority requests that Form 7460 be submitted and approved by the FAA prior to final approvals for safety concerns. So I was going to ask Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Houle if that is built into the CDO, just so we can make sure that we have this as being fully evaluated to make sure that honestly it's safe for people to live there and there's not having homes built, people living in homes that are at potential dire risk. So.
Commissioner Parker, would you embed that in your CDO?
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, so it's ahead of final approval. My last conversation with the developers last week, ahead of some back and forth via email that we had regarding the environmental standards. I'm not sure if that had been submitted. I mean, if I can embed that into the CDO and have it such that one of the binding conditions is that they do submit that form to the FAA, I certainly would be amenable to that.
And Commissioner Houle, is that okay with you as a seconder?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any follow-up, Commissioner Denson?
No, that was it.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up here. One of the other things that was brought up a lot at among the planning commissioners is the need to look really closely at the development on that Lexington corridor stretch. And there was a lot of concern among them that there hadn't been thoughtful upfront before the fact discussion about the kind of development we want on that side, and that we're always reacting to the development that's presented in front of us. And I know perhaps Director Griffin could address that, because I think they were going to look into sort of having a whole sort of work session themselves on the development and where there are opportunities on that corridor where you do have access to buses and such, that would make it very accessible for people to get down and to provide the density and such. So I'd like to ask Director Griffin if he'd address that. I do want to address one thing that Commissioner Hanemy brought up about the way the development looks and such. This is a very traditional development. I've been in a lot of apartment complex lately. I have a friend who lives in one, and this is a car-centric development. Although there's access to the street and to the Lexington Highway and the bus system, the parking spots all butt right up to the buildings. So for families who are in here, you come out and you're directly into those parking lots. So there's sustainability elements to it, but on the other hand, it is a very car-centric layout there. One of the things I noticed when I was at Bethel Homes earlier in the fall was that the wonderful green space between the buildings that exist right now, where there can be a sense of community, and that really doesn't exist in this development as well. But I'd like it if Director Griffin could address that, whether or not the Planning Commission might be looking into the Lexington corridor.
I will do the best I can. There was discussion about that. There is interest both from the staff standpoint as well as the Planning Commission to do a little deeper dive in conjunction with, we did a Lexington Road corridor study that really didn't dive deeply into land use and those types of things. We will be in front of you hopefully within the next 3 or 4 weeks to kind of go through our current work program as a department that in conjunction with our Planning Commission. And right now there's probably 25 or 30 items that are in there, some of which are much larger than others. There's another rezoning report coming to you within the next cycle that you're going to see in that report something very similar to what Commissioner Myers just indicated. Again, it's a staff concern that before we start rezoning these properties on a parcel by parcel basis or placing higher density, a more comprehensive view of this corridor is really, is needed in our opinion. Where are we going to put a traffic signal? Where are the bus stops? Those types of things that it's a little deeper dive, but it ultimately, really needs to start with a very fundamental look at our overall future land use plan, which was a big element that came out of our comp plan approvals in 18. And we're still trying to get to that point as the kind of basis for a lot of these other projects that everybody's interested in, including us, to move forward. So yes, there's interest, Commissioner, but I could not give you any indication as to when we would be able to get to that right now.
Commissioner Thornton.
I'm glad that Commissioner Myers brought up and Brad responded. This has been my frustration. We have several things baking at the same time. And then when we get a proposal, we kind of derail a little bit. The Lexington corridor has been an issue for a minute. And I think that when developers come to us and we have work that is baking, we need to let them know or see what we're doing already. I believe we're going to have the same situation with the Atlanta highway corridor proposal. And it's just not fair to developers. It's not fair to the commissioners that have been, trying to work on the best of the community. And then we have something separate going on that is not being fitted. I have mixed feelings about this, but I do think that we as a local government have to find a better way to share what we've been working on with developers, so developers will know if this is even worth, pursuing. We got the Lexington corridor going on. We got the Atlanta corridor going on, and we have developers coming in there not even knowing that this work is in the mix. It's not right, and it's not fair to the community. I am concerned about the safety issues. Now, I am not concerned about the aesthetics as much as Commissioner Hamby is, but I am concerned about safety, and I am concerned about the quality mainly the safety. But it is ridiculous to have all of these studies going on. We've done this, and we're not sharing that with these developers. We're not even following it our own selves. So that's where I stand on it right now.
Just as a point of clarification, Brad, I know you're in conversation with folks in the development community, obviously every week, given the nature of your office. And I would ask for you to express for yourself that, some of these forthcoming activities, like the inclusionary zoning work, for example, are things that that emerge in conversation with that community.
They do. We have seen, and you all are aware of it, just a really, really big push over the last 3 years. And you see it noted in our zoning reports every time we send you one now that's dealing with multifamily, just a lot of interest in multifamily development. I mean, we're going to be sharing with you some detailed information, but since 2018, we're between projects that are currently in the zoning process or have been approved for zoning and are in construction or are under construction. We're about to go over 10,000 beds of new multifamily development in the last 3 years. And we will share more of that information with you. We're putting it together right now for the manager. But, so there is a lot of interest. There's a lot of interest to move now. But we do feel like these corridors are important. And, and I think when you go back and look at a lot of the studies that we have done, especially with Lexington Road, I don't think anybody is necessarily saying that Lexington doesn't continually pop up as a corridor that probably deserves some more density on it. But making sure it goes in the right location and, in the right frame, in the right style is, more comprehensive an approach than ultimately us making a decision, for example, where a signalized intersection may end up going on the corridor based on where a developer bring forward a rezone. And that's a balancing act and a struggle, but it really starts with a larger comprehensive look at future land use that will then serve to drive these zoning changes and land use changes and some of the housing issues that the Planning Commission has sent to you already at a more detailed manner. And we'll talk more about that hopefully within the next month or so.
Yeah, and just as follow-up at a work session, we'll talk about that host of activities that we're all very interested in seeing the planning department work on so that we can prioritize those and make sure that the things that are really top of mind are the things that happen earliest. Go ahead and follow up, Ovita.
And so, and thank you, Brad. Thank you very much, because that's my point exactly. If we are doing this work and if it is being conveyed, and these are the recommendations that come back from the planning department, then I just feel comfortable going by the recommendations that have been made by those folk that have been working on this. That was my thank you. And that's the way it should be. I don't think we should become experts when we have experts working on this.
All right. Everybody ready for a roll call? All right. The motion is from Commissioner Parker. Second is from Commissioner Houle. Madam Clerk, if you could call roll.
Parker,
Yes.
Blink, Blink,
You're muted.
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Jensen,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
Yes.
5 yes, 5 no.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for inaugural opportunity. Ultimately, when we consider these planning and zoning questions, in some ways, I think about this kind of in terms of the Hippocratic Oath: first, do no harm. And given that we have flight path concern and safety considerations here, while I very, very much agree that we need more density in many places throughout our community, much more significant density in some places that we have currently, and also agree that the Lexington Highway should be a place with special consideration for enhancements around pedestrian safety, even vehicular safety and speed and commercial development. I'm hard pressed to identify that potentially putting a development in harm's way is a good idea for this community. Now, I'll follow up and say that given that this is going to be a going concern, among the things that I'm going to ask the Planning Commission to do is, as they consider future land use, which is one of their projects on tap right now, that they look at these items where there's clear disjuncture between current zoning and adjacent facilities like the airport, in much the same way that we had to consider a similar question when we looked at sewer access in the Sandy Creek and Nikichi Creek basins. So that is to say, I'm going to vote no on this item and deny rezone. All right. So we're going to move on to item number 6. And this is a resolution regarding our hotel motel tax excise tax and increasing from 7% to 8%. This has long been a goal of the mayor and commission, dating back to before I was on the body as a commissioner. And through ongoing engagement and interaction, the Convention Visitors Bureau and the Classic Center have come to agreement and are submitting this request through us to the General Assembly. There's something of a 3-stage process. If this is successful tonight, the General Assembly would act next, and then it would come back to us. Yeah, go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting, but I hope Brad's on. Just as a matter of process, so that was a motion on the last item to approve, and because you voted, you did not vote for it. It was not approved. But don't we have to go back and have a motion to deny? Am I correct, Brad? Or is that not correct? This is the first time since I've been here y'all denied one.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that point of order.
I could be wrong. I just want to clarify.
I think you're correct, Attorney, in that you've got a motion that failed for lack of a majority. So we would need a new motion that would receive enough votes.
Would somebody put that motion on the floor?
I make a motion to deny.
I second.
All right. And Madam Clerk, if you could call roll. Motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Myers.
Wright,
Yes to deny.
Jensen,
No.
Poole,
No.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Where'd he go?
Yes.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
No.
Blink.
No.
5 yes, 5 no.
All All right. I'm going to vote yes to deny. All right. Moving on now to item 6, the hotel motel tax resolution. Again, this is something of a 3-stage process. Comes to us for initial vote. This would go to the General Assembly for state confirmation, and then it would come back to us for implementation. So open for motion or any commission input. Commissioner Wright?
I just want to clarify the third step. Is that a vote by the citizens or just back to us?
Just the mayor and commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. I had a question about how short-term rentals like Airbnbs factor into the hotel motel tax, and it may be a dumb question to be perfectly honest, but I do recall us discussing some legislation around how to better regulate short-term rentals coming forward last year, and I can't quite recall whatever ended up happening with that. And so if we could discuss that briefly and how this might impact that as well, that would be great. Thank you.
No, it's a perfect question. So there was some level of confusion in state law for many years. I mean, even after everybody under the sun was using Airbnbs and VRBOs and similar short-term rentals pretty regularly. But state law now requires that those short-term rentals pay the hotel motel tax. Now, making that happen, enforcement of that can be challenging because you've got to have a service that scrubs the web essentially to kind of make sure that each of those vendors is following up on their legal responsibility. But they do have that legal responsibility. And so what's been in committee not only couples ensuring that enforcement of that happens, but also pursues questions like health and safety, just like you would have in any commercial property. So does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you. So we're effectively in the stage where we're trying to work out how to enforce the state law.
That's right.
Okay.
And Commissioner Parker, I would add to what the mayor shared that, y'all voted on a GOC recommendation, I think at the beginning of November, and that was for a software platform, which was one of those pieces, which would then, once we just put an RFP out on the website for that. So once we decide on a solution, that's what's going to be notifying people that they need to pay their taxes.
Great, thank you for refreshing my memory on that. I appreciate you.
Commissioner Myers, then Commissioner Houle.
I have a question for the process following up on what Commissioner Wright asked about. And then I have a comment as well. But we pass a resolution and it goes to the General Assembly and it's passed and it comes back to us, at that point, is this resolution just for us? Will we still have room to adjust details of this and where the money's going? Or is what we're putting in here right now exactly the way we have to vote on it, where 0.7% goes to paying off the arena debt? And likewise, if it's approved, does that money have to be spent in the exact year that it's collected? Yes, there's the two things there.
So a couple of points, and then maybe I'll ask for the manager to kind of provide some additional information if I don't include everything. This would lock in the designation of split between pennies that the Athens Clark County government receives versus pennies that the Convention and Visitors Bureau and Classic Center would receive. Now, what ACC spends its take on, that can vary from year to year. And so that's a decision that happens in conjunction with budget approval every year. But this demarcation or allocation to ACC versus the CVB and Classic Center, that would be solid with this vote. And that would continue in through these next two stages. Blaine, is there any further information you provide?
No, sir, you were right on the money. And the only thing I would add, and I know Commissioner Wright asks every year come budget time, on those allocations of hotel motel tax, it is up to you on how you want to spend it. There are some things that, every year we seem to go to and pay for. And the allocation of the funding to the mayor and commission, in effect, as undesignated, you can spend it for things.
Following up on that, my understanding of this is that the money has to be used for tourism product development. But in the resolution that we're voting on, it'll specifically have to go to the arena. And is that correct?
Yeah, for that period of time when there's debt service.
Okay. What if, this is just theoretical at this point, what if this all got passed and for whatever reason the arena was delayed for 3 years? What would happen?
Blaine or Judd, do either of you have a?
I can speak to that. Well, there's no requirement that I'm aware of the money be spent in the current year it's received. I mean, I think the money will be held, for that purpose. Are you aware, manager, of any requirement like that?
No, sir.
Yeah, I was just concerned about that.
Any further follow-up? Commissioner Houle?
I appreciate Commissioner Myers touching upon most of the same stuff I wanted to ask about. My one remaining question is actually just for the manager's office. That software that we're getting, will that enable us to be able to track the difference in revenue generation between what we might think of as traditional hotels and motels and those STRs, those Airbnb type units that are collecting the same revenue? Basically, so over time we could track, how much of the total tax we're getting is coming from different types of development, since that market seems to be evolving a lot.
Yeah, Commissioner Houle, answer your question, yes, it will be focused on short-term rentals. And so when we were reviewing that as part of an RFI, the estimate was about 900 active rentals. Now, all of that was looking at pre-COVID economy. So we really don't know the number, but we'll know once we have that software platform up, kind of what that active number is.
Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, and I also, just having experience with this, think that our state legislators could help us out by having this collected at the state level. Just last year, they moved forward with the vendors, the classical Airbnb or for rent by owner vendors, as you say. They are charging it at the interface point and sending it to the Department of Revenue, the sales tax. So that started last April. And it seems to me that if we could get our state legislators to do this for the whole state, again, at the vendor, then it's not having to come down to the individual, and causing us work at the local level to collect it, that it's being done systematically at the top and statewide the same way. So hopefully they can help us out with this as well at the state level.
Yeah, no, it's as if Kroger, Bell's, and Publix all had a different mechanism, and that commonality, I agree, would be great. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. So hopefully I'm not sending us down too big of a rabbit hole here, but this whole discussion got me thinking. So we're basically at this point looking into acquiring the software and paying for its service so that we can increase our hotel motel tax moving forward. Yet we have not yet designated how we're going to pay for that service and that software. So I am wondering, not like loving to write legislation on the fly, but I'm wondering if we could add a line into this where the proceeds of the hotel motel excise tax collected shall be allocated as set forth for in debt after subtracting the cost of any potential software that we purchase specifically for this Airbnb collections, because that's going to, otherwise we are going to be taking on that cost of general funds, but not actually getting the benefit from the additional funding coming through this. So I wonder if we could possibly do that.
I'm not sure about the ability to designate a specific software purchase with this. That may be something that we do in the context of the budget approval. Judd, I don't know if you've got some.
Yeah, I would want to look at that to make sure too, because it's so specific how you spend these dollars. Now we will get more money to the unified government as a result of this 1 penny increase, and that's reflected in the memo is my recollection. You know, this item will come back. You'll have to authorize the increase only by an ordinance. I'd be happy to look into that closer, Commissioner. But I wouldn't want to say something on the fly because that statute that controls this is so specific. If you read the resolution, you'll see all that there. And I wouldn't want to mess up anything on the fly.
The O.C.G.A. online, the hotel motel tax code is crazy. Commissioner Link.
I was just I'm sorry. Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Oh no, I'm not. Okay. Yeah. Do we also collect regular sales tax from hotel motels, right? Or is it
correct.
Just the hotel?
No, that's exactly
tax?
right. You're correct.
We collect sales
tax
well.
plus hotel motel.
So when the software is perusing the internet to find all the short-term rentals in our community, from what I understand, the standard agreement is, they get some kind of commission for each one that they find, and that's drawn from the revenues that they generate on our behalf. So there is also the standard sales tax that doesn't have the restrictions that the hotel motel tax has.
That's right.
Am I right?
Yep. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That just
so
becomes
I don't think we need to worry about the
general fund
SCR,
or ELOS
implications.
And sales tax is being collected already now. That's already being processed in. We're already collecting that. That's part of where our revenues are doing fine anyway.
But are we? That's the thing. From what I recall in the discussion in Government Operations Committee is, not all of these STRs are declared, and so we're not necessarily collecting tax from all of them at all, whether it's hotel, motel, or sales or whatever. Isn't that the discussion we had, Josh? Part of it?
So there was two taxes, the occupancy tax, so the business license would be one, and then the hotel motel tax would be the other that we're currently not collecting unless someone's coming forward and paying on their own volition. So sales tax is actually being collected, to Commissioner Wright's point, when the user is actually renting the unit. So that's coming out of the actual payment.
So as the online platforms.
Yeah, so I think where you're remembering that, Commissioner Link, is that it wasn't until April 1st that happened. And so the GOC started talking about it before that actually got passed by the state legislature. And then finally after April 1st, it was passed, I think.
So the online platforms are conveying that tax to us. They're collecting it and conveying it, to the state, I guess, and then to us.
Commissioner Davenport.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Any further input? Commissioner Houle.
I just have one more clarifying question. That 0.7 of each penny that's going to the debt service, once the debt service is paid off, does that full penny come to the county, or does that 0.7 go to the Classic Center still?
I believe that goes
that earlier.
I believe that goes to the Classic Center, but for maintenance operation. Is that correct, Attorney Drake?
Yes, it's specified by statute how we spend it. That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Everybody ready? All right. Motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Link. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. Moving on to item 7. This is a resolution approving conveyance of property to the Athens Downtown Development Authority to provide for construction of a standalone parking. This is a sort of evolution of commission approval from last October of 2019, and follows up on earlier conversations that this body had with the Classic Center, as the Classic Center was looking for SPLOST funds for development of their arena expansion. And of course, the mayor and commission asked that the Classic Center pursue some private dollars so that the arena wasn't going to fall primarily or solely on SPLOST. And as the Classic Center developed private partners, including the Mark. We approved an agreement October 2019, and that agreement has now evolved. In an earlier iteration, the vision was that there were going to be approximately 1,200 spaces that were going to be fully combined into one structure, but the difference in timelines between the Classic Center deck and the private use deck were not on the same page, and there were also concerns about one entity or another assuming some of the costs for the other based on construction fees, management of stormwater, and the like. And so it was more efficacious to have one deck adjacent to the other rather than what I would call the lasagna deck, where it was all baked together into one. But effectively the same plan as approved October of 2019. So Commissioner Link.
Yeah, this is in my district. And I have objections to it for a long list of reasons, primarily the number one reason being the utter lack of transparency in the evolution of this deal, which apparently has been cooked up totally behind closed doors. We had, a couple executive sessions in which we discussed this. When the Classic Center Arena was approved in referendum by the citizens, it was part of a long list of projects, and it wasn't necessarily the most popular project. It's hard to convey to the public the economic benefits of trickle-down economics, with a facility like that. People were voting more for things like a library and a youth center. So I don't see, when we approved that Classic Center Arena, there was discussion of a senior condo and a hotel and a parking deck to service the arena. There was never any discussion in that SPLOST, public process about a parking deck to service more student housing. By approving this, we would be not only conveying public land to a private student housing developer to enable them to build a phase 2 of their project, but it would allow them to free up land they already own so they could build a phase 3 and add even more student housing to our downtown, something which is not popular at all with the public. We're talking about landmark properties, which would not even join the Downtown Development Authority to contribute their 1 mil of additional taxes to our downtown. I don't see any reason why we should be favoring this corporation in a closed door deal when we could be doing like we did with the other properties that are supposed to help finance this arena, and putting out a public RFP to find out what the highest, most best use of that land is, and possibly even get even more lease money out of it. Right now we're talking about what amounts to $150,000, which in the grand scheme of thing is pretty measly. That's all the Classic Center needs, is $150,000 a year to additional revenue to finance their arena. Who's to say there isn't some corporate headquarters out there that would love that acre of land to build a headquarters that wouldn't even necessarily need a lot of parking. This is adjacent to our multimodal center. To put a completely auto-centric project there, a parking deck of all things, it flies in the face of good urban planning. We should be looking for transit-oriented developments in this part of downtown. We haven't even discussed lowering our parking requirements for these high rises. The whole point of rezoning and ramping up the density to 200 bedrooms per acre 20 years ago or whenever it happened was to discourage students from driving everywhere. Yet we still enable a bedroom and a half per bedroom, or a parking space and a half per bedroom. Not only that, but this doesn't conform to our downtown master plan at all. In any way, shape, or form. If anybody remembers that downtown master plan, we haven't had a meeting about it in 7 years, I think now. So at the very least, we need to put this on hold and have a public work session discussion about it. What is the trade-off here? I understand that there are some offers being made by Landmark with regards to funding for affordable housing, but I haven't been approached with those offers, and the public deserves to know what those offers are. We have absolutely no business even entertaining this agreement that hasn't even been approved by the Downtown Development Authority, to whom the property is supposed to be conveyed. From what I understand, the proposal is to convey it to the Downtown Development Authority to basically wash this government's hands of the whole project and exempt the developer, Landmark Properties, from adhering to our local zoning and design guidelines. That's the last thing we want to see. I mean, even when they adhere to those zoning and the design guidelines, they managed to find every loophole in the book. So I am going to propose that we deny this MOU.
Commissioner Hamby. You're muted.
Got the Mariah Parker syndrome here.
Hey, yeah, you're leveling up.
Sorry. And I'm gonna try to make 3 points, and I'll try to do it quick. I know we've got some things we want to check on the national news and stuff like that, but I'll say this: I over the holidays I had the chance to watch Wonder Woman 1984.
I'm sorry to hear that.
On HBO. It was the worst movie ever, and totally disappointed in it. It was two and a half hours of my time I wish I could get back. But the Wonder Woman 1984 kind of makes me think of of this parking deck. It's very much a 1984 parking deck, and the days of building standalone parking decks. I don't see, you don't see them much anymore. I mean, the days, the way parking decks are designed these days, they incorporate the mixed use. I mean, I'll point to something we did not too long ago. We conveyed the property, if you remember, next to the Graduate there. That property there's going to be a parking deck on there because Mayor Girtz has been trying to work with the federal building on building a park there, and then they need a place to park, so having a parking deck. But within that parking deck, this body decided that there needs to be more than just a parking deck. So there's going to be some affordable senior housing around the parking deck, so you won't see the parking deck, and that's the way things ought to be. And this is a big piece of property. I'm not looking at I'm just trying to focus on the RFP and look at what we're offering here, but really we ought to be looking at the total context of the 1,200 space parking deck, not just whatever 300 spaces are or just that part, but total 1,200. And what can we do to better utilize the land use for that area for these purposes, for a parking deck, but also more. I was down there earlier today looking at it, and I walked across the street to the bridge and just trying to visualize what a parking deck would look like there from our river. And this, we're asking to do a 99-year lease. So for 99 years, we're going to be on our greenway looking at a parking deck going along there. I think we've invested way too much money, and I'm glad we're doing it and investing more to build up the greenway and to build up our river. It's an amenity for a lot of towns, and I'm hoping we can make it an amenity for our town as well. But we can only do that if the right development and the decisions we make help make that happen. So, the concerns I have about the RFP is I don't know that it protects the community like we're responsible for doing. I think the community discussion about incentives for student development need to happen, because this is an incentive for more student development. However you look at it, it is. And whatever future plans they have for Pottery Town, it is an incentive for the student development. We also need to the difference between the MOU. I did support the MOU because I was looking at the MOU as an opportunity for us to do what I just said about the Greenway and about having a good development. The MOU allowed for us, it only allowed for a 50-year lease. This resolution's calling for a 99-year lease. But the MOU also allowed for an oversight of either a committee or the mayor and commission as a whole to look at the design of this deck, of whatever is going to go there, and be able to work together to make some changes to it so it is beneficial to the community. We need to look and make sure it's beneficial to the community. I understand the private developer wants to make some money and provide their parking and get their financing and whatever else, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But what we need to do is look and make sure whatever partnership we get into is beneficial for the community. And the MOU, I saw the engagement that was there for us to be able to make sure that was made possible. I also saw in the MOU, and this was helping sell the point of the economies of scale. If we were going to do something together, doing it together and sharing in those costs 3 ways between the Classic Center, us, and the Mark was something that was a big, huge selling point. But now that we separated out and they're doing their own project and we're doing our own project, it takes away the economies of scale. And I'll say we weren't the ones that wanted to, we're separating it out because they didn't want to share in the cost associated with building the deck. It was either going to be too expensive or not too expensive. And that to me is not a partnership. That to me is just trying to make the most of what you can. And I get it. I get that. And so the other thing about second thing about this is the process. This really should go through an RFP process. We just talked about, it was just on the agenda here. Where was this? We talked about an RFP oh man, where did it go? Didn't we just do something with an RFP, or it's coming up? But it wasn't too long ago that we did an RFP approval for the senior development that Commissioner Link spoke about. That was going through an RFP process, and that was also a piece of property that we conveyed to the Classic Center, and they went through the RFP process. Oh, here's where it was. One of the first items on the consent, the grant monies for the Indigo lot. That's going to go through an RFP process. And I'll remind you, in that RFP that we had for the Indigo lot, one of the specific things that we said we did not want in that RFP to be built there is student housing. So we have to have that question about the mixture of how much is too much of student housing downtown, and if we've reached that point, and we may have. I think we have. But some may think differently. But the point is, we went through an RFP process on the senior development. We're going to go through an RFP process on the Indigo lot. We'll probably go through some RFP process. We've been arguing for years about doing RFP process on a lot of government-owned lots that we own, so that we can build those partnerships that we need. So that we've got to be consistent in that process. We can't just pick and choose who we're going to do. Who we're going to do the business with and give them the land to do that. I'm sure a lot of student developers would love to have an opportunity to be able to get a parcel of our land to build a parking deck on. So there's that. So we need to make sure we have the right process. We need to make sure that we're fair, and we also need to make sure that it's appropriate land use. I mean, building a standalone deck along the greenway, like I said, is probably 99, looking 10, 20, even 5 years down the road is not something that I think we ought to consider. I mean, I think we can do better. I think we should strive to do better. And if they're going to be a partner to help us do better, then fine. But we hadn't gotten there yet. And I don't think this resolution gets us there. I don't think this resolution protects us the way it does. I did a judge earlier today, and I know he's going to disagree with me on this, but there's some parts in here, like I said, it goes to a 99-year lease. In the past we've only done 50-year leases, and I'm not sure we can even do a 99-year lease. I mean, the government did a 50-year lease with the senior development, and the Downtown Development Authority is working with them for 50 years. The other thing here is this last sentence, and Judd will say it's boilerplate language, and this is not the intent, but it does. If you read it, it says, be it further resolved that especially except specifically provided herein, any and all agreements, ordinances, or resolutions, or parts of agreements, ordinances, or resolutions in conflict with this resolution shall be shall hereby be repealed and the resolution shall be in full force. The resolution supersedes a lot of those stuff. So I think, I read it as though this resolution supersedes going through the plans review process or going through any part of the process where there's some oversight to it. I know Judd's going to say differently, but I think an attorney might read it that way. And it is broad, but it certainly doesn't say anywhere in the document that it's going to go through a plans review process or that it would come back to the mayor and commission for a vote on design of how this would look. And I don't think we're doing our job of protecting the community asset when we give up that responsibility. So, protecting the community, the process, and the land use, I think really raises a lot of questions about approving this RFP at this point in time. The second thing I'll say at this point in time, because in the RFP, we give them till the 31st to make up their mind of this year to decide what they want to do. Let's take until the 31st of this year to decide what we want to do with it as well. I mean, maybe at the end of this time, we'd come back and work together. Or maybe at the end of this time, I hope we would see something better come along than just a standalone parking deck. So if they've got to the 31st of this year, let's afford ourselves the same opportunity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got a handful of commissioners. So I've got Commissioner Davenport, Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Denson, and Commissioner Thornton.
Nope, I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Wright?
I agree with the points that Commissioner Link and Commissioner Hamby made. And I guess I have a question, Mr. Mayor, that kind of speaks to on our packet page 112. I'm not sure who's going to be the best person to help me out with this. It talks about how the Classic Center Authority is going to provide 305 parking spots for the developer till August 2022 at $200,000 a year. And I'm wondering why we just don't do that until we do our original 3 partnership parking deck. Can somebody help me out with that?
Well,
go ahead, Manager.
I think the reason being is that the financing that the MARC will need for their development, they're going to need a long-term commitment to parking, and that the one that you referenced, Commissioner Wright, was a bridge to the longer-term agreement, knowing that it was going to get built.
Gotcha. But it's not a suitable bridge to regain the memorandum of understanding that we had with them for our 3 entities with our deck?
Well, and that what we spoke about earlier, that's the timing of it. They are willing to go in on a joint deck with the Classic Center and the unified government, but they've got to show, this is my understanding, and please, anybody knows differently, they have to show to the folks that are going to lend them money to build the housing component that the people that live there have a place to park long term. And so that was the issue that kind of brought this to bear. Commissioner Hamby mentioned is that they need a commitment from us to build a deck either way, and they need to know how much they're going to pay for it. And they were willing to pay X amount, but we haven't yet designed the deck. We don't have the pricing for it. And so we would be assuming some level of risk if we went into a binding agreement to partner on a deck at this point on their timeline. And that was the risk that we wanted to avoid. And therefore we said, look, just build a separate deck, and the government and the taxpayers won't have any risk on that. But
okay, that helps me understand a little of it, but I'm not in favor of this resolution. But and I don't need to repeat the other.
Mayor, can I add something to what Blaine Williams, our Manager Williams, just said, and the fact about current student developers downtown have asked us in the past if they could do long-term leases within our current decks, and we've told them no. But they do short-term leases in order to meet their financing. We can't do a 2-year lease in our deck because we don't want cars just sitting there in our decks. You need the cars moving in and out in order to make monies off the decks. But we do offer the short-term lease of 1 year, and they do meet their financing in that way. So I'm not sure what's going on with the Mark, but I will say this: the Mark is a several billion dollar company. If they're having to meet finances, then I'm just saying there's ways. Other student developers have found a way to do it downtown, and I think the Mark and like Commissioner Wright saying the relationship with the Classic Center, they're making $50,000 a year off of it.
I've got Commissioner Denson up on tap next.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And I think as we've been talking through this, I'm also not crazy about how this came about. As we've talked a lot, I've often used the phrase that this is a number of crappy situations that we have to choose through. And speaking to Commissioner Hamby's point, I also have concerns in this resolution about the fact that that Landmark is able to opt out of this deal, yet we do not have that afforded to us. So I am going to make a motion, a commission-defined motion to pass this with an extra clause inserted into this. After the where it says developers shall have until the earlier of commencement of construction, yada yada yada, another bullet there that states the unified government shall have until the earlier of commencement of construction or December 31st, 2021 to opt out of the development agreement, giving us time to get a memorandum of understanding with Landmark for this or any other future deals that are happening in this area, so that, in my opinion, the right now we don't have a lot of leverage outside of saying no to this and seeing what happens later on. I think this gives the people who we represent some leverage in this situation, and actually puts on there, as Commissioner Link brought up, oftentimes these developers use every loophole in the book unless we have some leverage to assure that all those loopholes aren't used, and instead that we have some real community benefits built into this. And so I believe adding that clause into this resolution gives us time and gives us some leverage and assuring that we are able to opt out of this if this does not end up having the community benefits that we feel it needs to.
All right, so I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson to add a bullet parallel with developers opt out to have unified government opt out.
Mr. Mayor, real quick.
No, I'm next after this vote.
Just a Robert rules. We did a motion and a motion to deny. Now we're doing to add a clause. Did I miss something?
So this would be to approve with the clause.
So this would be a motion to approve with that clause. So substitute motion to approve the agreement with that additional clause as described by Commissioner Denson.
Mayor Girtz, for a second.
And second from Commissioner Parker.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Commissioner Denson to fully read that clause so I don't make sure I don't have any misunderstanding?
Yeah, please, Commissioner Denson.
Sure. And again, Attorney Drake, feel free to make sure that so what I'm asking here is to add in language I have is the unified government shall have until the earlier of commencement of construction or December 31st, 2021 to opt out of the development agreement. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't want to cover over exactly the language, because what they're saying that you have the opting out of is with the ground lease and any developed, but we would not be involved in the ground release. From my understanding, we'd be involved just in the development agreement.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
So I've got then Commissioner Thornton and then Commissioner Houle.
So
Commissioner Lincoln Myers. See you.
All right. So his motion is on the table, right?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
What I'm about to say is totally what I had not planned to say, but now I am going to go there with this motion out there. First of all, when we've discussed this in executive session, I have asked that the only African American business that is going to be directly or indirectly impacted be contacted. And that has not happened. And I think that is a problem that we have seen over and over and over again. And then we pass a historic district trying to claim historic Black businesses, but when you are on the front end to include Black businesses, they are not part of the discussion. And I'm going to put it out there front. I think that is a very, I think that is one of the reasons that African Americans have not been a part of the development and growth in this community. So no, I don't think putting that on the table should be an issue, because we keep getting disrespected over and over and over again. My second thing that I was not going to say, but I'm going to say, is that when we start meeting with developers privately and then come up and try to push their proposal, that's wrong. This is 2021. We need to be upfront with all of the commissioners, and everybody knows what's going on. And then to try to manipulate us like that, it's not right. I know we got to meet with folk. I appreciate the meetings that Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Houle had with the developer. I appreciate that. When Commissioner Link speaks about developments in her area and that she has met with developer, I appreciate that. But these other meetings that are going on, it's wrong. It's just wrong. Unless everybody has the same information and the same knowledge. Now, this proposal hasn't changed from when we put it on the table and took it off the table. So if there's some new information, the whole commission should be advised on that so we can make decisions. We are starting to become the people that we said we don't want to become. And we need transparency. Now, I'm not, I'm not going to, like I said, I told some folk I'm not going to let that person in me come out of me. But because I think that Commissioner Link and Commissioner Hamby are objective. They come up with the facts. I speak from my feelings. I speak from where I know there's a deficit. Now, don't be trying to push us into something because one or two people have talked to folk. Unless you're going to tell all of us why and how come. And that conversation has not happened. Don't be trying to push something on us when one African-American business owner is not even a part of the discussion, which I have brought up before. And then 20 years later, you want to do a historic district trying to reclaim Black businesses, and there won't be any. No, I'm not going to support this at this point. When I came on this board, the biggest demons that I heard from you folk were developers and student housing. Those were the big demons. And now we are trying to co-opt with them. So I didn't mean to go there, but to try to come up with a CDO at the last minute, that is a bit much.
Commissioner, as a point of clarification, it's important to note that this agreement concerns only that isthmus of Willow Street and Hickory Street and does not include future development in Pottery Town. That would be the discussion of future conversations and future action from this body. So it's important to make that note. Move on to Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so not a big fan of game time decisions in these things, but I've kind of arrived here today feeling like I needed to hear everybody out in public. And I think a big part of that is because what dawned on me as I spent the umpteenth night thinking about this, I never thought I'd spend my first 2 months here thinking about a parking deck this much. What dawned on me is that when I 2 months ago first heard about this, I had extremely averse reactions to it for many of the sentiments that have been echoed here tonight. And I completely understand why the public is full of those adverse reactions. I mean, this is the item that we've received the most public comment on in writing on this meeting agenda, and it's predominantly negative. So I kind of feel like the best I can do in this moment is be a vessel for how the public is feeling about this. And I kind of jotted down some notes here for where I'm thinking on this. And I'm, in the end, where I'm arriving is I'm curious if some of the people who I think share many of the same concerns I feel I share with y'all think that moving forward with the resolution and an opt-out clause would get us, give us the time to get the public involved, or if we need to just deny. So I'd like to hear that discussed a bit, because to me, the opt-out clause seems like a good way forward to stay at the table and try to make a bad thing better or less bad. But, and one thing I want to clarify for the public is that, Landmark has plans filed already. They're able to just build a parking deck by right in Pottery Town. And I'm having flashbacks of something that I feel like I've learned from in my early days of advocacy in this town against the Walmart, and CEDS, which became the Landmark that we're looking at now. And I'm under no illusions that the billion-dollar corporations of Landmark and Goldman Sachs share our values and interests necessarily. But in an effort to try to arrive here with a bit of an open mind, opening the door to conversation seems useful in that we know that they have the resources to build stuff we really don't want by right. And until we enact some of the development and design guidelines that we were talking about earlier, we're going to keep getting a lot of stuff built by right that's pretty awful, including a parking deck potentially in Pottery Town instead of what we're talking about here. So my three-parter is, A, I'm not sure if this is a good deal. I don't feel confident. I don't feel like I'm somebody who, with the information I've had and the time I've had, can really assess whether this is a good deal or not. So for me, this isn't really about deciding on whether this is a good deal or not. For me, this is about the fact that we don't have anything committed in writing, which kind of dovetails with the concern that grew in me in the last couple of days, which is that I thought I was kind of catching up to speed on this to a point where I and my fellow commissioners would all be kind of arriving in this meeting with the same information. And it really doesn't seem like we've all arrived in this meeting with the same information, never mind the public having all the information we have. So at the very least, it feels to me like we need more time. And, in the conversation I was able to have with a representative for the developer about Landmark, about some of what we're looking for around, affordability and sustainability and childcare and things, the topic of trust came up a lot. And in my view, trust requires public engagement. Trust requires that we're looping in the public before we make decisions. So even if this was totally a proposal that I felt 100% convinced about and everyone on this commission felt 100% convinced was a great idea, I don't feel like we're doing our job as a commission passing something that the public hasn't had a chance to understand is happening when it's of this scale. I mean, this is a fairly massive thing. And so, I understand that formally this vote is just about a parking deck, but I think we all know that this is about a lot of dominoes that kind of are related to that parking deck. I felt kind of a bit of relief in myself when I heard Commissioner Denson suggest some kind of opt-out clause for us, because I feel like that buys us time and leverage. And so I'm curious what other commissioners think about whether it actually does or not, because the concerns that I'm hearing from many of you all totally resonate with me and don't make me feel good about supporting this without something that buys us more time.
So I want to get to any of those that we haven't heard from before we circle back. And so see Commissioner Davenport and Commissioner Myers, and then I'll get to Commissioner Lee.
So, first of all, thank everybody. But one of my concerns was the fact that ADDA was not contacted. This is kind of new, out of the blue, and that the public really needs to understand what's going on. And my main concern is I'm trying to pull it up. One of my main concerns is just in the 99-year agreement, and if that could be modified, or is the developer interested in modifying that, or and whatnot. But I did have a question for the manager. Didn't 2019, because 2020 was too much, but so my days are kind of off. It could have been in 2020. But didn't we have an agreement with Landmark, or made some agreement with Landmark concerning the Firefly Trail, where they gave, or we paid $99,000? Do you recall that, or can you help me understand that?
Yes, sir. That was when the original development occurred, and what they needed was a slope easement, and that's where, in lieu of a retaining wall, that there was sort of a shared area there right adjacent to that. I'm just going way back, and then I'm going to come back to where that's where that started. And then for this particular development, they needed some temporary construction easements to construct the tower under question. And they needed that on our property. And so what was negotiated was that in exchange for that temporary construction easement, they would use their forces to improve the trailhead there at the Firefly Trail. And they were going to do more work with their forces than the temporary easement was worth. So we paid, I don't remember, $20,000, $30,000 on top of that to get like $100,000 product, is my recollection.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Davenport. Commissioner Myers.
I have a lot of thoughts about this because I've been thinking about it a lot, and hearing you all speak, I feel like I can give some sort of fresh perspective, because in a way I represent the public's perspective on this, and a really informed public's perspective on this, because I'm newer to the conversation and I have not been involved in executive sessions. I did not know they were going on any of these things. And in fact, I spent the last couple of weeks really reviewing the agenda and the agenda reports and thinking about them and asking questions, as Manager Williams and you all know. And even tonight before coming in here, I thought this project was about getting $150,000 a year for the arena. But it's not. It's about a whole redevelopment and all the discussion behind this. No wonder the public is concerned or confused, because they weren't out of this. And this is coming from someone who has been paying, I would say, closer attention to this as a public member than anyone. One, because I was coming on to the commission, but two, because I was very involved with the SPLOST 2020 process, and looking at the funding, looking at the tiering, knowing how everything went together. I am out of the loop on this, despite having been informed by various people. This has not been a public process. There are so many moving pieces on this for people to understand, in terms of the financing for the arena, in terms of the impact on downtown. I'm not against student housing downtown. In fact, from a sustainability perspective and density, it's better to have the students downtown where they're not all driving cars. So, on the outside, I'm coming to this going, why do they need this parking deck, when the whole point of having the dense student parking downtown is so that they could walk? People live in cities where they don't use cars. So, I mean, that's a point on the side there. But in terms of transparency, this has not been a transparent process here. There needs to be more public involvement in this. Questions, I think I talked to someone today who was saying, be careful, don't get, you got to think independently and not get swayed in by the public's response the day of the day of the vote. And my feeling was more, no, the public actually kind of validated a lot of the confusion I was having about this. Not having a public discussion that had a lot of effect on a vote on something that has a lot of effect, not only on the Classic Center financing, but also on the whole development of downtown and that whole area there. So, at this point, I am not feeling good about this project at all, and think that it does need to go through a more public, transparent process with the community involved. And speaking to that, I would hope that we've come a long way in this COVID times, and I understand the lack of public involvement and public forum on the agenda items. But thinking now on how we are going forward for several months more now, I think there needs to be a rethinking of how the public can have more of a voice in these commission meetings has been a very essential part of what we've done as a community over the last years. This has been a long time that the public has not had a voice other than the emails through the comment. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed as well. That's it.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Myers. I haven't heard from Commissioner Edwards yet, and then Commissioner Link.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was glad that Manager Williams provided this appraisal for the property conducted by this independent third party, Pritchett, Ball and Wise in Atlanta. On the heels of this MOU and this process that we've kind of put in place, and seeing how the Classic Center has cobbled together this plan to fund the arena, planning on 6% of their debt financing to come out of this MOU process. My concerns rooted in the fact that we are diverging from the traditional RFP process were mitigated by the creation of this independent appraisal, which, based on my evaluation, the $150,000 land lease over a term of 99 years is an appropriate number for this parcel. I've heard from many constituents in District 7 who strongly support the Classic Center Arena, and that obligation that I have to my constituents, coupled with this feeling I have that I played a part in setting us down this road by agreeing to these MOUs to explore the construction of this deck in this area, is pushing me in the direction of supporting this proposal. Back then, we were hoping we could share the cost and share the parking deck, but our partners came back and wanted a guaranteed price per lot, per space, which would imperil this government because we're not sure what the construction costs would be there. So now we're down this new road, but yet we still have this plan put together by Paul Kramer to fund the arena, counting on 6% revenue from this land lease. So based on my constituents and the obligations I feel I've made down the road, I'm strongly moving towards supporting this. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Commissioner. Circling back to Commissioner Link and then Hamby.
I just want to remind y'all that we have no obligation to enable a private developer's financing needs. I don't understand. I mean, the reason this is being so fast-tracked and the public has been cut out of this entire process is because we've got a private multi-billion-dollar corporate entity that's already developed a huge portion of our downtown, quite controversially, I might add. That is wanting us to fast track this so they can get their hands on our public property so they can secure their financing for a project that they've already broken ground on. I don't understand why they didn't include parking in their project, their phase 2 project. They basically just assumed that we were going to go along with their plan. And as far as this alternative project, this future project in Pottery Town, I'm fine with them building by right in Pottery Town. If this government had any consideration for protecting Pottery Town, they would have rezoned it when the downtown master plan went through, because the downtown master plan envisions fairly moderate density development in that part of downtown, kind of a cushion, a transition between downtown and East Athens. But that's not what we're seeing. We have this 200 bedrooms per acre commercial downtown zoning, and there's been absolutely no movement in the wake of the passage of the downtown master plan going on 10 years ago now to adhere to that plan by rezoning. So, it's Landmark's problem is not our problem. I don't understand why we're bending over backwards to accommodate this private developers' needs and wants. I understand that the Classic Center Arena needs their financing, and we are obligated to provide that. I mean, I would rather see this government find $150,000 out of the general fund than to go through this completely behind closed door private partnership favoring a private developer who historically has not brought a whole lot of benefit to this community. I see absolutely no benefit in entering this resolution. And if even with this opt-out clause, that opt-out clause still ties our hands to a partnership with Landmark. We're still dealing with them and them alone. I believe that there's a better partnership out there. This is prime property. This is prime riverfront downtown real estate. And I really wonder if enabling more student housing downtown, if we're not going to scare away some of the more beneficial development that we want. How many seniors are going to want to live downtown surrounded by thousands and thousands of students? How many small businesses are going to set up in that area other than the kinds that cater to students, bars and fast food? Is this the vision we really have for our downtown? We're making decisions on this single project without considering a greater context and a greater vision for the future of our downtown. And Landmark, there's a reason they're coming to us with this deal and this, dangling their land in Pottery Town in front of us. They do not want to build by right in Pottery Town. They do not want to. They want to do more than by right. They will end up coming to us for variance requests regardless. There is a hell of a lot of floodplain over there. There is a skinny little road that they are obligated to build a commercial frontage on. They would have to come to us for variances to widen that road. They really want us to convey them that road and build over it. There's what they are proposing by right is basically a scare tactic. And they really don't want to buy that. They don't want to build that. They're not going to make revenue off of that. They would rather build something that they will make revenue off of. And they would have to come to us for variances to do that. So if we deny them this parking deck, they'll go to Pottery Town and they'll have to come up with a new design, a new plan, and they'd have to come to us anyways for variances. I don't see them by right building a parking deck in Pottery Town where they'll have a bunch of commercial frontage on a skinny back road. There's a reason they're working. They wouldn't even consider cutting any deal with us if they were not between a rock and a hard place in Pottery Town.
Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Houle.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to just jump back in. If you don't mind, Mayor, I'll try to address Commissioner Houle's concern and certainly appreciate Commissioner Denson putting forth something that attempts to address one of the concerns I brought up about the time frame being fair for both of us. I will say, though, that doesn't help with the bigger picture of the resolution. I don't think it helps with the fairness and with the RFP and the openness and the transparency of it all. I think, I don't think it helps with the oversight that the MOU provided us. The resolution doesn't do that. So I think there's more concerns than just than just allowing us to opt out. I mean, if you're going to ask me to opt out, I'm going to opt out tonight, and then we can maybe start over again and figure out a better process and a better project. And maybe Mark is involved in that, or maybe not. The MOU, to address some of Commissioner Edwards' concerns, the MOU, we didn't change the MOU. The Mark's the one that changed the MOU. So we were honoring our part of it. They didn't want to honor their part of sharing in the cost. And parking decks are not cheap. I mean, I knew going into this, we've built parking decks. I mean, I knew going into this, we've heard several times parking decks could be up to $25,000 per spot. But when you're building in an area that's going to do a lot of blasting, it's going to drive the price up. And if we were sold something, a partnership, if we were told we would have a partnership that would share in the cost, and then one partner backs out of sharing those costs, that's not on us, that's on them. And I think we are, you are upholding the work that you are doing for your constituents and protecting our assets here. I will say this too about the Classic Center, and I'm a big supporter of the Classic Center. I got a lot of people in my district do support the Classic Center, and I do as well. I've supported the Classic Center over the years and will continue to support the Classic Center because I see the benefit it brings to all of our community and downtown. But I will say this: we're about to invest. We've approved $35 million in SPLOST dollars. We're probably going to need approval to do a $48 million loan bond or whatever to get to make the whole project happen. That's over $80 million in a project. When the Classic Center was first built, there was such a rush to do it, and there was such a rush to get it downtown. They were going to tear the fire hall down. There were all sorts of things that were happening, and they took a step back and they said, "Wait a minute, we don't need to tear the fire hall down. We can build something better." And they did create something better. They kept the fire hall there. And that's what I think we ought to do here. I mean, this is a big project. It shouldn't be rushed. It shouldn't be hurried. It's going to have a lasting impact on Athens, lasting impact on the view shed from the river. And this may just be a little minor parking deck that gets them the $150,000 a year, but it's a big deal. I mean, it's a huge deal. I'll say this about the financing. Commissioner Link makes a good point. It's $150,000 a year. If they're relying on if we're relying on $150,000 a year to help us pay back a $48 million loan, I think we've got bigger problems than we realize, or we may have bigger problems than we realize, because $150,000 a year, it's a lot of money to me, but on a $48 million loan, it's not. I mean, the thing about it is, if you look at the pie chart that Paul Kramer sent us, and Paul does a good job of selling his product. You cannot meet a better person to sell the Classic Center than Paul Kramer. I'm just going to say that. So Paul puts his pie chart together, and he's got 6% represented for the funding of the arenas. He's also got 6% for funding the senior housing development condominiums, but that doesn't take into account the property tax values and all that. But I would argue we just voted to raise the hotel motel tax. In Paul's pie chart, he keeps static the hotel motel tax over the life of the bond. So it only represents it represents 44% of the tax payments back to the bond. But he keeps that number static over the years. And if that number is going to stay static over the years, that's not a good thing. I mean, the point of us approving the arena was so that we can generate more sales tax dollars, so that we can generate more hotel tax dollars and more property values for downtown. So the fact that the hotel motel, what I'm trying to say is, with the arena, the hotel motel tax better be going up, whether it stays at 7% or 8%. I mean, that's the whole point of it. That was the whole point of building the arenas, to generate more revenue like that for us. So that $150,000 can be made up with the extra revenue that's going to be brought in by the revenue that grows each year. And our hotel motel tax over the years that I've been on the commission has gone up steadily over the years. There may have been one year where it didn't during the recession and before all this other mess came into play with national politics. But whatever it is, But the hotel motel tax, it went up last year, it went up the year before, and it'll consistently go up because we're, for one, building more hotels. And if the arena and Paul, who do such a good job, consistently bring in the projects and the conventions, it's always going to go up. And so to help address some of Commissioner Edwards' concern about that, that's, I'm a supporter of the Classic Center too, and I want to see it succeed, but I also want us to do it right. And we need to be fair about it and transparent about it. And I think that way you get the community buying into it. So you have more constituents who appreciate the Classic Center. Okay. So thank you. And Mayor, I don't know, is there a main motion on the floor or is there a substitute motion?
There's a substitute from Commissioner Denson and Commissioner Parker. So I've got Commissioner Houle up next and then Commissioner Denson, and then I'm going to move for a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things I want to clarify. One is to that point about the order. So if the substitute motion fails, we do revert to the original motion to deny, correct?
Correct.
So we have an opportunity to vote on both if the first fails. I think Commissioner Hamby's point about the money over $150,000 a year is well taken, except that my understanding is that we're getting all of that up front, right? So that'd be 14.8 million, or is it actually only 150,000 a year?
It's 150 a year.
They would be able to borrow given the prospect of future revenue. So it's not a $14 million upfront, but that is that future revenue factors in their ability to draw down dollars today.
Okay.
And it would also factor in with an increase in the hotel motel tax.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think your point, Commissioner Hamby, about the hotel motel tax probably generating more revenue than is reflected in that pie chart is also well taken. I guess, where I'm still landing at, I'm not really hearing from people in this virtual room support for passing the resolution as is. I'm curious if anyone besides myself is interested in the idea that an opt-out clause is meaningful or not. I'm really appreciative that the last couple of folks who spoke to that. I'd just be curious others' thoughts. But where I'm coming from on this, I'm not eager to work with these folks, but I'm eager to seize an opportunity when we have one if we're otherwise stuck with something even worse. And what I keep going back to is how we got the first landmark in the first place. And so, what's informing my desire to try to put our best feet forward, so to speak, if that's possible, if having a way to opt out ourselves can enable us to continue to try to act in good faith, but with the public actually aware of what's going on and privy to what we're discussing, hopefully arriving at a memorandum of understanding that is in writing, that does lock both parties into things that are good for the community and that the community has weighed in to define as good. Landmark's doing something. They're not going away. What struck me is that a lot of the input we got against this from the public is people who just don't want more of this type of development, period. And we're not in a position to prevent this type of development, period. So it's just really like, are we positioning ourselves to try to get something in return that's good for the community? I guess I've been genuinely encouraged by what I've heard and genuinely discouraged by the fact that it seems like I and everyone else in this call seems to have taken different things from, that we've heard different things. And so it seems to me like there's a real need for us to be on the same page. And then especially also the point that I think everybody here has reiterated, for the public to really know what the heck's going on. I'd like to think that Landmark and Goldman Sachs can afford to take a bit more time. And I'm interested in trying to, and if there's a way forward where we can still try to talk with them, with the public privy to what's going on, so that time that we're taking is with the public. And otherwise, I guess I'm with everybody else here that, this doesn't seem like a great deal otherwise. And just one other thing I'd like to point out is that it seems especially reasonable to ask for more time to work through this, given that this has come through in the holidays during an especially intense election year that's been especially intense for Georgia, and COVID, I guess that just feels like a kind of a reasonable session to make as well. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. And before turning it over to Commissioner Denson and moving for a vote, I mean, I'll express I'm favorable toward the language that Commissioner Denson provided, because I do believe it puts both parties on equal footing with that future opt-out, and particularly given that, this in substance mirrors the October 2019 agreement, although slightly rearranged, but same property, same number of parking spaces, and provides the assurance to the Classic Center Authority that they would have their funding in place. This continues the path that we've been on. And while, of course, hotel motel tax will increase, expenses will increase as well. I'll give the Classic Center great kudos for managing their financial portfolio well. It's somewhat uncommon for a convention center, a public sector convention center, not to come for general fund dollars. But it's been well over a decade since the Classic Center has come for general fund dollars, because they do manage their finances well, although they're critically conscious, like any facility, that they're going to have capital expenses and replacement costs, whether that's carpet or HVAC or other things down the road in the future. And while I know Commissioner Link would like to project into the prospect of Landmark coming and asking for some other deal other than the one that they've already shepherded through the traditional plans review process, I certainly recognize that they've taken that public step, and the nature of private sector business opportunity is that when they have a planned series of financial transactions and revenues, they're going to do what's necessary to realize those revenues. And if that means building a standalone deck in Pottery Town, simply with some ground floor commercial space, that's what they would do. So, Commissioner Denson, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you and move for a vote.
Well, I'm going to have something else to say, Mayor.
I have something else to say too.
Yeah. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So, I mean, as if it wasn't clear before, I mean, this is purely a strategic move, because I'm not a big fan of this thing either, but I'm also not a big fan of the county and therefore the people not having much leverage in these positions, because I don't want to see Landmark build by right. I want to see Landmark build something that's going to give vast community benefit. And right now, we don't have leverage in that situation, don't have that knocked down, again, because we haven't had those areas properly zoned, possibly, but here we are now. So, and to be clear, and I'm sure Landmark will watch this meeting, hopefully. Like, I am expecting us to think during this time that I will definitely support us backing out of this agreement if we do not have an expansive and MOU with a community benefit agreement, not just for this land we're talking about right now, but for all of the properties in this area, including Pottery Town right now, that guarantees, right now we have no guarantees, that guarantees us affordable housing, guarantees us green space, it guarantees us right now preservation of that Black-owned business, which we do not have that guarantee at all right now. If they were to build by right, they very likely can and will endanger that business, so that we can guarantee to have sustainable building practices in their developments, that we can guarantee that they have to opt into the ADDA boundaries, which they have not done up to now, and that they can guarantee that they are going to help subsidize for a childcare center in this area. Those are the things that I want to see, and that right now we have no leverage to actually bring about. But if we have this clause in this, and we make it very clear that that MOU and that community benefits agreement is not created for those things, I will happily write up legislation and lead the vote for us to go ahead and back out of this agreement. Right now, we have no leverage, not only for this property, for all of the properties in Pottery Town. I want the people of this county to have leverage so we can actually get something that benefits them, and especially that benefits the people who live in this area of District 2 who are so often forgotten. Doing this gives us some leverage, and that's all it does. Gives us a way out, and it makes it very apparent of what we want and what Landmark has to do for this to move forward. And so that's why I support us going ahead and passing it with that clause.
Commissioner Thornton, you'd only spoken once. I'm going to move to you next.
I appreciated everything that Commissioner Denson just said, because everything he said is what I'm about. Unfortunately, one, we got out the gate wrong. This should have went through an RFP process. We're setting up guidelines or practices that we're going to pay for later on. They should go through the same process as anybody else. Two, I brought up at one of our meetings several things that Commissioner Denson brought up. One, about that one Black business owner who had not had any information about this until he went to an ADDA board meeting. That's wrong. Three, my third thing is that there are several commissioners that have been on the commission longer than me, or just as long as me, that have brought up about Landmark not wanting to be part of the downtown district and opted out. Those were dollars we could have got a long time ago. This ain't no new deal. These are dollars we could have advocated a long time ago. And my third concern is, I do know that commissioners are meeting with developers, and those meetings and those conversations are not coming back to the full board, the full commission. And I think that's wrong. And my last thing is, Commissioner Houle mentioned about the Walmart and the O.C.G.A development. I know Commissioner Edwards was actively involved in that. There was a big push to keep Walmart from downtown, but Landmark, and I understand that there was all this, rhetoric about how poor of an employer that Walmart was or is, but I don't see any benefit that the college or the housing. It's almost like that's a different world. So we're not involved at all over there. It's a very an elitist complex, and we are still not involved. So keeping Walmart out, you didn't help nobody that I know that depend on a job or at least a start. So you can take praise for stopping that, but we're still not part of that Landmark development. And my last thing, I want to make sure you understand, I support the arena 100% because the arena and the Classic Center has given jobs to people that I know personally. And maybe they had to start from scratch, but I can tell you about people that have moved up at the Classic Center. So I don't have the issue about, the arena. I think it's an economic driver and will benefit this community. I just do not like how we have entered into this process. And if I had not brought this up at our retreat about the 2021 deadline and that one African-American business, I can see you say, oh, well, we didn't know. I didn't know. I brought this up at the retreat and nobody acted on it. We could have had a CDO a long time ago. We could have had a conversation a long time ago. But now that their backs are against the wall, everybody, well, we could do this and we could do that. We could have did this. I brought it up. But you know what? Some folk don't listen to some folk. Some folk don't think some folk have any idea of what's going on. Some folk think they're a little smarter than some other folk. So where we are now is not my fault because I brought up some of these issues. And let's go one more step. The TAD, there's no money. How does that fit into all of this? How does the money go to the deepest part of District 2? Or are we going to refunnel it back through some magic formula back into the parking deck so the rich still keeps getting richer? Nobody's even talking about the cabs. So no, it's too late for me. This was a conversation, and everything that Commissioner Denson said, I 100%, I support it. But it's a day late and $1 short, as far as I'm concerned. But we need to figure out how we can work better. But don't break the rules for one person or one group. If there's an RFP process in place, follow it.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, and I agree completely with that. If there's an RFP place and follow it, I would wonder with the commission defined option and the opt out part, what triggers the opt out for us? You know, I know what triggers the opt out for them. If they don't get what they want, they're going to opt out of it. I mean, they've already opted out of the MOU, so they needed till December 31st to see if we were going to do what they want us to do. That's why they need to December 31st. They don't need to December 31st to find out their financing. They want to know until December 31st if they can do what they want to do over in Potterytown. We don't have any leverage over that. You know, the leverage we have is we own the land that they want to put a parking deck on, and they can put a parking deck there. But I guarantee if they're also going to put a parking deck over in Potterytown. Because of what they want to do that hasn't been a transparent process. So the part I can't understand. Sure, it's great to put an opt out for us, but what triggers that opt out on our end? You know, I know what triggers it on their end if they don't get what they want. But our leverage is we own some land, and what I'm suggesting is let's deny this resolution. Let's start over. The market could still be partners with us, and we've got a year. They've got a year. We could start over, and we could build something better for us and for the Classic Center that isn't just a standalone parking deck right there along the Greenway. I'm not saying don't do anything. I'm saying let's find something better to do. You know, I could see offices on one side of the thing, or I can see a parking deck in the middle with offices surrounding it, or affordable housing. I mean, there's so much more we can do. The resolution is making us settle for a standalone parking deck. Let's not settle for just a standalone parking deck. Let's take a step back. Let's find a way to partner with them on ways that we can do a better project. I'm in favor of that, but I also want us to be fair to people. And you know, do an RFP for everybody. Let them answer to the RFP. Let other people answer to the RFP. We don't know what great ideas could be out there. There's all sorts of things that people are doing these days in communities, along the rivers especially, and along the benefit of being right next to an arena where 6,000 people hopefully will be coming every weekend maybe. You know, that's a huge benefit to somebody that I think would draw a lot of interest in an RFP for doing something really good and really special and really sustainable long-term for Athens than just a standalone parking deck. That's the problem I'm having with this whole conversation. We're talking about just a standalone parking deck when we really should be thinking bigger for our community and thinking better for our community. And if they want to partner with us, answer the RFP. Anybody can answer the RFP. So that's all. I don't think I have anything more to say.
All right, we've got a substitute motion on the floor from Commissioner Denson, seconded by Commissioner Parker. I'm going to ask Clerk Spratlin if she can call the roll. Clerk Spratlin, I believe you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, gotcha.
Denson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Link,
No.
Wright.
Right is a no.
4 yes, 6 no.
All right. Motion fails to carry. We turn to the original motion for denial.
Did you have a second on that denial motion?
I believe Commissioner Hamby seconded it.
Okay.
It was me, but he can have it. He spoke
okay.
more. He spoke more.
Y'all can fight over it.
Give it to Hamby. Give it to Hamby.
Hamby, okay. All right, let's see.
Thank you.
Blink,
Yes.
Wright,
This is for the original motion to deny.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Denson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Edwards was no.
Yes, madam.
Myers was what? Myers was no.
Well, Myers was yes on denying.
Okay. Thornton,
Yes on denying.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
Patrick, what happened to you?
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
9 yes, 1 no.
All right. Motion carries. All right. Removing item 8 from the agenda, given that we've got an associated work session coming up. And that's true for 16 also, where we've got an associated work session with splosh tiering. Apologize for failing to mention that. Item number 9 is the 2021 GDOT Local Maintenance Improvement Grant, or LMIG, application submittal.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I'd like to, could we take 5, please?
Yeah, be glad to. All right, so it's 8:50 now. We'll move to 8:55.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Good call. Good job, Mr.
All right, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for indulging us in a short break. 9 o'clock here on the 6th of January, 2021. Glad to be with you here as the Athens Clarke County Mayor and Commission. We have a number of new business items that we need to consider under suspension of rules. So I'm just going to ask a motion for suspension of rules so we can consider these items. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards. I'm going to call that a second from Commissioner Denson. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Rules are suspended. 9 is annual activity that we conduct with GDOT, which is their local maintenance improvement grant, or LMIG grant, which funds some road repaving. So entertain any discussion or motion for approval.
Mayor, I'll make a motion for approval, but I would like to have a quick question, but I'll wait for a second if somebody's going to do that.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Parker. My question is this: I don't disagree with any that's on the list there, and LMIG is an important part of helping us get some road repaving done in our community. But I do wonder, Manager Williams, sometimes we get behind on the paving. And do we have just one contractor, or are there several contractors helping us with our paving? And if there's only just one, why are we not engaging more than just one contractor so that we can get more done? Because we've got about $12 million left in T-SPLOST dollars that can go towards repaving, and we're always behind. But I mean, the list always grows, but we seem to be behind. So, any answers there?
Well, if you can hear me, I'm sorry. This not having my regular microphone work is kind of messing with my mind a little bit.
No, we got you, Blaine.
Okay.
Weird.
Well, I guess managing one contractor currently, well, first off, Commissioner Hamby, I really appreciate your questions of late. And I do need to update the commission on our current contractor, with delays due to rain and COVID and things of that nature that all the paving didn't get completed by calendar year will continue into the new year. I owe you all an update on that. I asked staff about this question, Commissioner Hamby, and their response was, with 2 inspectors and 1 direct supervisor, managing one contractor that's got 3 different subs, it's got its own challenges. And as y'all all can bear witness to, it is a struggle to kind of communicate where we're going to be across the county. We would need more assistance with on-call services to help monitor and make sure all this stuff gets done. But we will give it some thought and, take a good look at trying to be as efficient and quick as we can in delivering that program.
Well, I think I would be interested, I don't know about others, in seeing what we can do to help speed up the process. One of the things I've realized is that people don't mind a little bit of inconvenience if they know their road is getting repaved. But one thing that drives them nuts is if they know the road needs repaving and it takes so long to get it repaved. So I would like for us to explore, doing whatever the on-call thing you said, or engaging other additional contractors to help us move through the list, because on the heels of all this, we got, what is it, Mayor, in about 2 more years, we've got a T-SPLOST program coming up. And I'm sure, we always are constantly doing some repaving and such as that. And since we also have such a short, it seems like, the cold weather sometimes comes earlier than often. And when you factor in all the rain, it'll put anybody behind. So I just think we need some additional support and effort there in order to satisfy some of the folks that are wanting their repaving done. So anyway, that's all I got, and we'll go ahead and vote whenever y'all are ready.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I have want to point out to folks that when these roads get repaved, this is kind of the ideal opportunity to implement traffic calming, restriping, bike facilities, things like that. I know now that we have a bike ped coordinator on our transportation department, those things are getting considered on the front end. Can you talk a little bit about that process, Manager Williams?
Yes, I know. Well, first off, we're in the process of hiring a new bike ped coordinator, I should tell you. Secondly, to Commissioner Hamby and everybody, time flies. And as far as the next T-Splosh, the actual vote would be November of next year in 22, which means that closer to the end of this calendar year, you will be considering a process to entertain applications, to help put that program together for referendum if that's what you choose to do. I do know, Commissioner Link, that if there's a policy that if roads to be resurfaced are over a certain width, that they're automatically considered for additional bike facilities and bike lanes. So that's one that's on the books that automatically triggers anytime we get to that with our bike ped coordinator.
So we don't have an automatic trigger to consider traffic calming. I know that we sent our neighborhood traffic calming management plan back to committee. So I'd just like to suggest that the folks that are on that committee maybe consider that kind of trigger, because when we're talking about, underprivileged neighborhoods, neighborhoods that have a lot of rental properties on them or a lot of multifamily properties, they never get around to triggering that neighborhood traffic management program because it is very much a resident-led process. So, I'd like us to see a trigger worked into this repaving program. I'm thinking particularly, I'm looking at the streets in my district. I'm thinking about Childs and Barrow. They're actually in Ovita's district. But, these are streets that I actually used to live on Child Street. I use Barrow Street all the time on my little scooter. There is a lot of rental property in that area. And especially now that Child Street has, a fairly large multifamily development on it, we're seeing a lot more traffic. And especially that intersection at Childs and Barrow, there's opportunity for a bump out there to cut that curve. There is kind of a dilapidated, crusty concrete, I don't know if it was an island or what at some point, but I'm just hoping that, in considering the repavement, that whatever was there is restored or some new mechanism for calming traffic around that intersection, and especially in consideration of the increased traffic volume in that area due to the new development.
Yeah, there used to be a tighter corner in that location, and it was softened several decades ago, which you can actually see the pattern of the concrete on the ground. Any other input? Commissioner Thornton.
I wanted to direct this question to Manager Williams. With these repairs and requests, do we have a plan B in writing when we get behind or when things happen like the rain, the COVID, and things are not getting done? I have not had a real problem, but I do know that our constituents are looking at us as commissioners when there's a request or a need. They do not know about who we contract with, and they don't even know, it comes through the manager's office. They just see us. So my question is, when we see that we're getting behind in some of these requests, is there a plan B or policy, something that we can keep up with the requests and not get stuck because of these unforeseen circumstances?
So, Commissioner Thornton, you're talking about requests for pothole patching and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And that we cover all of that in-house. We don't contract any of that out. Now, we do contract out as part of our pavement maintenance program, crack seal, something called chip seal, and these are all trying to extend the length of the pavement until you get to resurfacing. To my knowledge, and I will say, Commissioner Thornton, we need and want to do a better job of tracking these citizen requests and making sure that they're getting done in a timely manner. To my knowledge, from a pothole or our streets and drainage division, I think we're up to speed. And if you know of some things that need to be done or behind, let me know. And then the other thing that you speak to is, I guess, a more intuitive or easily accessible way for citizens to provide those type of requests or complaints so that they can be serviced. Is that right?
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I mean, do you need some authorization from us as the commission if your staff gets behind? Do you need something from us that says you can go out and find somebody else, to contract with another person to take care of these issues? Is there something you need from us, or can you do that on your own?
Not with respect to for those requests. And, as far as being able to do some staff augmentation for services like that, if it is budgeted and it's under $200,000, I could approve that. But so far, we don't have a budget line item for that. Commissioner Hamby was talking about the paving contract that we have with a outside contractor to pave all of our roads with those T-SPLOS funds. And you approve a list in the spring of each year, as you will this year for calendar year 21. And that all those roads and all that, it's not just resurfacing, it's also the sealing, which speaks to some of these subcontractors I mentioned earlier. And they're off to the races to try and pave as much as they can or all they can during the warm months, before we get to where it's freezing. And so that's where Commissioner Hamby's question was. If we're not getting that done, then we need somebody else to come in behind that and make sure we can get it over the goal line.
And I guess that's what I'm asking. Is there a plan already in place for him to even bring that up?
Well, if I'm correct about this is the first time our paving contractor. Well, a couple things. One is, previous to 2 years ago, we were doing paving contracts on a fiscal year basis. So you'd award it, it'd take effect in July 1st. They get as much as they could get done in the first part of the year, and then they try to get as much as they could done in the spring. That changed 2 years ago to calendar year paving. And we've never really had an issue before with the paving contractor not finishing within that set time period, but it happened this year. So, certainly if this becomes, well, first off, I want to commit to what I said earlier, that staff's going to take a hard look at a multi-contractor approach to this, and come back, and I'll come back to you and share with you what that might look like and some of the pros and cons. If this becomes a situation that we're not able to pave all of the targeted roads within a given year, then we absolutely do need some extra help.
Okay, well, I'm not going to take up much time. This is an issue, and I know you're jotting it down, and you'll get back with us. I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Lank's comment about the Charles Street, Pulaski Street. The COVID has slowed me down. Manager Blaine is aware that there are some folk in that Pulaski and Barrow and Charles Street that have concerns about the streets, especially with the new development. And I do plan on trying to coordinate a meeting, because the traffic conditions have changed immensely, I guess I would say. And we have not changed the driving, the one-way streets with the new growth over there. So I am putting it out on the record. There's a concern in that Pulaski, Charles, and Barrow Street area that I would like to follow up with. Blaine and Commissioner Williams has tried to meet with me. The COVID has kind of interfered, but I don't want that to get overlooked. Mayor Girtz, that's your area, so I definitely do not want to leave you out the loop. So those are my two comments.
Thanks, Commissioner. And from a similar effort about 3 years ago, I've got some materials I'll share with you that probably be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Yeah, Commissioner Houle.
I was just going to ask if you could share that with all of us.
Yes,
Which maybe you're planning to do anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. This was kind of micro specific for that block.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to item 10, which is transfer of funds to the safety and risk program and opportunity to authorize the staff to begin the process of implementing the transfer of ACC's insurance into the GMA/GIRMA pooled risk program. Commissioner Davenport.
Yes, I just have a question to Manager Blaine about, I don't have my notes in front of me, but it's like, can you explain the transition period where we're going from, where we're going to GM, GIRMA? Can you explain the process and what's going on?
Yes, sir. Thank you. And in case I missed anything, I invite Attorney Drank to help as well. So we're in a current contract with this broker, and we've got some concerns as the agenda item lays out, about the duty to identify approach to this and some other issues. So the transition is that, we felt like we would need some direction from you to go ahead and authorize us to work with a new broker just to research the process of transferring this over back to GIRMA, where we were for so many years, and then come back to you for final approval. So what that looks like is over the next 2 to 3 months, we would research that, do the due diligence required to understand what the difference would be from our current approach, and then come back to you and in all likelihood, sever this current arrangement at the end of this fiscal year. And Attorney Drake, did I misstate anything there?
Sorry, I was muted. No, I think that sounds correct. There's two parts to this. One is allowing for the movement of funds, and two is to allow to begin the transition, explore the transition to GMA and doing the due diligence to make sure that it's going to be more cost effective, which is, I think, is the hope.
Any follow up, Commissioner Myers?
I have a question on this. I'm going to approve it and such, or vote to approve it, but right now we're talking about doing this transfer to this from a self-insured program to a state pooled risk program. And we say that part of the reason for doing this is because we've had a unusual number of costly settlements with attorney's fees. And I believe that makes that point in another place. Is this something that is there anything we can do in-house to keep from having these risks and these costly settlements or getting attorney fees that, what is the reason why we go out of house all the time for the attorney fees, or can we lower that risk? Or do we have plans to lower that risk?
Well, there's two. I'm sensing two questions there, and I want to defer the one about the attorney outside counsel to Attorney Drake. But I will say, within human resources, we do have a division called safety and risk. We do have several folks that work in there that help to manage our liability, and they absolutely do work with our departments to try to identify safety changes or procedural changes that do lessen our liability. So we do have an active and a continuous self-improvement process that's internal with our internal employees. So I'll say that the self-funded nature of it, that is the title of the fund that we are looking to transfer from fund balance to supplement that. Going into the insurance pool as opposed to a private carrier where we are now, that's not really changing our insurance. It's changing who we're with. And there's some benefits with GIRMA that we were accustomed to that we aren't experiencing with the current private carrier. So, Attorney Drake, anything you'd add to that?
Well, just to make the distinction that the cases that involve the use of outside counsel with our insurance company, outside counsel is provided by the insurance company as part of the premiums we pay, just like if you have automobile insurance and you're in an automobile accident, your insurance company provides you an attorney, and we're simply required to pay. The unified government pays a deductible for those services. An option to that could consider, if you wanted to try, is some local governments are fully self-insured. What I mean by that is they operate and pay you might have substantial risk loss and stop loss insurance of a certain amount, like if a claim is above $250,000 or $500,000, but otherwise the government just pays any claims basically out of the general fund and budgets for that. And in that instance, then you can have in-house counsel, handling your representation, or you can even use outside counsel. But this is not that. The Unified Government of Athens Clarke County has always for its liability claim had insurance. Previously, Unified Government was with GERMA, and that's through the Georgia Municipal Association. And then about 2 years ago, the Unified Government went out into basically the open market, and there's been some things that have proven to be problematic with that. One is that the way with the type of policy we have now, the Unified Government is required to front all the money for claims and then we get reimbursed. So if you notice that it says in item 6, the Human Resources Safety and Risk Division has requested and is currently waiting reimbursements from the insurance carrier totaling $450,000 and expects settlements for this reimbursement in 90 days. Going back to the GERMA is hope that'll help the cash flow. I know from HR's perspective, pressure they have right now, and so long term though, Commissioner Myers, that is maybe something for the Human Resources Department to evaluate, is whether moving to more of a self-insured type of arrangement might be prudent. But short term, this is, I think, the best option to explore.
Mr. Attorney, or sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, go.
Mr. Attorney, if we were self-insured, then the general fund would be on the hook, right?
It would. So you have to balance the risk to that. You do get what's called, like I said, stop loss insurance. So if you have a large claim, you're going to fund it up to say $250,000 or $500,000. Some governments make him be self-insured and does that, but they have stop loss insurance. I'm not saying it's the way to go, but I was just answering Commissioner Myers' question. I think there has to be a lot of research where that determination was made. But you're paying considerable. The government pays considerable money in premiums, and so you have to balance what is your average loss, what can we withstand, and with that stop loss insurance balance and your risk. I was just responding to Commissioner Myers.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not saying that's the way to go for the Unified Government, but in other words, that's an option.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks, Judd. Any other input? All right. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve this.
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Wright. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on to item number 11. This is a Government Operations Committee report regarding the Stormwater Management Public-Private Agreement. And very briefly, the recommendation and kind of former chair of the GOC, Herod, is no longer with us, obviously, but recommendation is to form a new Stormwater Citizen Advisory Committee. It's been more than 15 years now since we've implemented our stormwater program with a comparable level of sewer service for that entire time. So this is a good time, I think, to check in with the community, and the committee made that recommendation. And so we'll be putting forward a citizen advisory group to look at both the level of service and then the financial costs that would accompany that. So questions for the manager who I know shepherded this through. Commissioner Wright, Hamby, Link, and Houle.
Thanks. I really appreciate this work coming forward for reevaluation and with citizen input. My question to whoever is appropriate, Mr. Mayor, is this going to become a one of our boards, authorities, and commission groups, or is this going to be sort of a short-term defined objective committee?
That's right, the latter. Yeah, sort of an ad hoc group to kind of do that review and then make recommendations to us.
That might make it easier to get people to raise their hand to be involved in that. But it looks like the GOC did a great job. And speaking of the committee chair not being here, when will we get our 2021 committee assignments, Mr. Mayor?
As soon as we move through this agenda.
Okay. Oh, all right. Hurry on. Here we go.
All right. Let's see. I wrote it down. Commissioner Hamby.
Yeah, and Commissioner Wright asked my question, so this will be a temporary committee. Do you have a time frame on how long we would expect them to? Because I've got some folks with stormwater issues that are waiting.
Manager Williams, is there a sort of horizon for when you think citizen group would be able to kind of move through to recommendations?
Yes, just the high level schedule that we had proposed was that, Mayor, that this month you would make committee selection and appointments. And then in February and March and April that we would orient the committee to all the issues, the background. We talk about level of service and what that means and some of the alternatives that we've all discussed, that the Mayor and Commission discussed a couple of years ago. Include a public forum, perhaps, understand their recommendations, and then develop some funding estimates for the preferred level of service. As y'all know, we can stay status quo, and we know about what that costs. We can add some services. We could begin to address some things on private property, like we've talked about in certain situations, and all of those things bring their own cost, and how we pay for that. We'd hope to come back to you in the summer with a work session on all this. Obviously, we'll be checking in and you'll know where we're at. And hopefully in the fall, come to a voting meeting with some decisions, and then, revise the stormwater fee assessments and other things that are needed later this year.
So you anticipate them looking at some of the situations like I have over in Anna's Walk and Kingswood and stuff like that. Is that right? As
case studies, this group wouldn't necessarily Yeah.
If they'll examine that. Yeah.
They would be talking more about a broader policy. And Commissioner Hamby, you have been very consistent on questions on the drainage improvement agreements. And that's one thing we think this group should look at is, updating the DIA policy and how does that relate to the level of service that the utility pays. And so what should the stormwater utility funds go for with respect to certain stormwater issues? Where does that line start and stop beyond where we are now?
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, no, I was actually thinking the same thing, that if we asked citizens to review every stormwater concern countywide, that might be a tough committee to get people onto. Let's see. So I've got Commissioner Link, Houle, and then Thornton.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the recommendations and recalling the conversation that we had in committee, and we also had in work session a couple months ago when we talked about stormwater. And I don't see on these recommendations a charge to possibly readdress building and zoning guidelines to kind of stave off some of the stormwater runoff issues we're having. Things like the allowance for infringement onto the stream buffer by 2,500 square feet, and also the the exemption for stormwater management for infill development, infill residential development. The things that I'm seeing in my district are, infill housing projects, large scale housing, often much larger scale than the surrounding properties, throwing all their water onto neighbors' properties and causing some pretty significant problems that those individuals are unless they're able to hire a lawyer and actually sue, they end up having to manage on their own property, as well as the threat of stream banks eroding and eventually taking out some of these homes that are built too close to the stream. So I hope that this committee will be charged with considering that too, not just addressing our current program, but also preventing future problems.
Well, as it's currently envisioned in the memo that I shared with the GOC, which they brought forward to your recommendation, those really weighty policy issues weren't going to be the purview of this group. This is more, operational maintenance funding for stormwater utility. And again, just for the sake of the public, a couple of years ago that with a different commission, we did have a couple of work sessions governing level of service, and the then commission selected a level of service. And also as it relates to the live stream replacement program, there was some discussions on how to fund the replacement of a lot of these failing culverts. And at the time, the then commission said, well, of the 22 million needed for that, 11 million will come from the utility fee and the other half will come from SPLOST 2020. Well, that didn't materialize with SPLOST 2020. So, things like level of service, drainage improvement agreements, how things are funded, how we're going to replace those really real-time, near-present issues that we need to deal with and refresh after 14 years is what I think the idea of this group would be focused on.
So what would be the recourse to open up the conversation about the need to readdress some of our building and design guidelines when it comes to managing stormwater on new construction, especially smaller scale residential new construction?
Look, we're going to be having a work session where we look at the work plan for the planning department. And so that may be something we want to throw into the hopper in terms of sequence.
Will you make a note of that, Manager Williams?
Well, yes, I will. But I just want to say that these are policy issues. And in as much as the commission wants to take up new policy issues, I will say, and Planning Director Griffin referred to this earlier, we were both working on a memo, really two things. One is the number of multifamily housing that's coming up. I want to update you all on that. But I also think that we quickly need to get back to the commission approving a work plan for the planning commission, for the planning staff, the planning department, because we're chasing a lot of different things. And you need to be aware of what and help weigh in on the priorities that staff's working on. Because as you're inferring, Commissioner Link, you can really make some long-standing changes for the future through planning and land use. And so I will say that I'll write that down, but that's really, Mayor, I think we talked about coming to the upcoming retreat and talking a little bit about the planning work program and returning to where we bring an agenda item forward. So Commissioner Link, I think at that point, you could talk with your peers about these things that you want to talk about, how they weigh in with the other priorities that everybody else wants to see.
All right, I've got, let's see, Commissioner Houle, then Thornton, and is there somebody else? Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions. Manager Williams, is this, do you envision this group looking at equipment needs for inspecting and maintaining pipes? I know that's something that came up when I met with stormwater folks, and we have those cameras and things that can examine sewer lines, but it would be a different type of equipment we might need for live stream pipes and things like that. Is that going to be part of the recommendations we get as well?
Absolutely, Commissioner Houle. So the stormwater utility is really focused on maintenance, and in order to accomplish that maintenance, it needs equipment. And it is treated as an enterprise fund, so it's fully supported by the fees that are charged. And so that would absolutely be part of this as the committee recommends and you select a certain level of service, there'll be those ongoing operational and capital needs that the utility has to accomplish that maintenance. And then if the committee recommends and you so choose any additional capital improvements beyond that, as far as culvert replacement and things like that, all those things will be baked in to the fee requirement that would be charged to get that. So yes, the equipment would be part of this.
Okay, and I guess to clarify, my understanding was that there might be a need for equipment even if we kept level of service exactly as it is. So I guess I'm assuming that'll be included, that distinction as necessary.
Absolutely, it's been 14 years. It's way overdue for us to update those costs.
Okay, and the other question I had about the Citizen Advisory Committee was just, is that going to be a mayor-appointed committee entirely, and do we have a sense of how many people are going to be on it?
Yeah, that'd be a mayor-appointed committee. I'll probably be reaching out to find some of those folks who've had some specific experiences. I know Mike has worked with some. Kind of make sure that there is a kind of array of distinct experiences. Melissa's noted that sometimes when you're in a sort of dense urban neighborhood, you see a different thing than you're, if you're up on Highway 106 or, out in Kingswood or some other places. So I want to make sure to have people at the table who've got that variety of context.
Okay. Yeah, I guess regarding that diversity component, in addition to looking at geographically, I just ask, and perhaps this goes without saying, that we really look at racial diversity and socioeconomic status in this. So I don't really feel I need to formally add that as a CDO, especially if it's just you. Just sort of an ask to bear that in mind. So.
Absolutely. No,
thank you.
Well spoken. Any other questions about this? Commissioner Thornton and then Edwards.
I think that Commissioner Hull asked my question, and I would like to talk about involve young people in these type of committees and prepare them. I like the idea about the racial diversity, but I've been in so many settings that if we don't prepare people on these committees, they just become rubber stampers and go by what they're hearing. So I want to keep that in mind when we talk about the diversity, because I fully support it. And I do know we need people that either we're training as we go, so they're not just rubber stamping, and then we take a photo op and you have this very racial diverse group. One or two people are steering the conversation. My question is to Commissioner Williams. You're getting a lot of questions tonight, Commissioner Manager Williams. You're getting a lot of questions tonight, but you're handling it well. What about folk that have had stormwater problems prior to this committee getting off the ground? Are you suggesting that people now have to wait before this committee is formed, before their issues are addressed, or are they going to be grandfathered in? Your thoughts on that?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And the balance of the committee will be up to the mayor as he appoints them. I think you're looking for at least 10 or so folks, and diversity is something that comes in many different forms, and I think that you need folks who have had experienced stormwater problems firsthand. You probably need some folks who have some professional background in the various disciplines around this type of thing. You might want a person that doesn't have any stormwater problems and is going to have to help pay for it. Just that I think just having different perspectives around the table are important. Nobody, whatever that you decide ultimately, nobody is going to be just missing the deadline, so to speak. So for instance, if there, and I know Commissioner Thornton, you and I have been over in your district here recently talking with somebody who's got some issues that staff has determined is on private property, and they were looking for relief. So if for whatever reason, if you decide that the new level of service would involve some type of private property assistance, then this particular case I'm referring to, we wouldn't say, well, sorry, you know, that was before the new rules and now you don't count. I mean, it's a private property issue and now the new level of service covers that. So we would go back and look at those previous ones, if that makes sense.
I guess I realized after I've been dealing with so many stormwater problems in my district, which may be the same in Commissioner Davenport's district. That area traditionally was rural. It was a rural area, so they missed out on a lot of the infrastructure, but they are paying for that infrastructure that they have not really benefited from. I'm hoping that we have some input from those folk that just were cut out, not intentionally, not viciously, but have not benefited from the stormwater policies in place. And my last thing, Manager Blaine, we did, or your department did, and stormwater department did, I guess, some community input stuff. A few, when I first came on the commission. Will this committee be privy to that information, or could it be privy to that information? I'm just, you know, I think we do a lot of stuff, but we don't connect it as we move forward. And that was pretty extensive. How valuable, I don't know, because we never really came up with a plan. But I do think it would be beneficial that we do not waste that information that we did early on from the community input.
I fully agree, Commissioner Thornton, and every one of the commissioners here has dealt with a stormwater issue, and it's not what it appears to be. And there's a lot of, you know, complexity to it sometimes about the law and who's responsible for what. And we all start at different places. And that's exactly why when we bring the committee on board, we need to start at the very beginning with where all this started and bring them up to date so that we can, you know, begin their evaluation of different alternatives where they've been privy to all the same information. So we go beyond back before even those public sessions, including those, back to the actual formation and what the thought was with the previous committee and any data that's relevant to that going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Edwards.
Move to approve.
I second.
All right. Any further input? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and thanks to everybody who worked on this through GOC. All right, moving on to item number 12. This is the SPLOST 2020 Project 3 Classic Center Arena Professional Design and Construction Administrative Services. So Manager Williams, just at the start of the conversation, this is obviously a public sector project, but one that involves public authority. So could you describe how this contract will operate?
Yes, well, this is an enabling activity for the SPLOST 2020 Classic Center Arena project, and so this is not unlike Bethel, where we're working with a separate authority on a project, but a little bit different, as you'll see when we get to that point, talking about Bethel in the future. In this case, I did ask the Classic Center Authority that they still honor our process of, the check-ins with the mayor and commission, public input, that type of thing, by, developing a project concept, coming to you in work session, public input, commission approval, your approval to go to preliminary plans, and so on and so forth. And so the first step in all of that, which will be the next agenda item with Costa as well, is bringing a design professional on board. It doesn't say that a program is locked in place and this is what we're going to build. It just brings a design professional on board who works with the user group to begin the development of that first project concept that comes to you for your feedback and approval. So they've gone through the procurement process and they've selected Perkins and Will, and they are asking for your approval. And then in the future, they'll be coming to you with a project concept.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Move to approve. Move to approve.
Who was the, I'm sorry, who was the second?
Davenport.
Okay, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Davenport. I see Commissioner Myers had a question. Link.
I do have a question here. I do have, first of all, I want to say that I accept the arena and I'm supportive of the Classic Center on this. And I actually have had several questions that I addressed to Manager Williams concerning the architectural and design firm in terms of how it would, whether they were appropriate ones to really deal with our commitment to renewable energy and sustainability, and was very impressed. And I could quote long things in here, but it's getting late about the kind of experience that they have working on really different kinds of green projects, and just I'm excited about working with them. However, I do have an issue with us moving to approve this once again before we have approved the SPLOST tiering. I've spent and I wanted to ask, while I continue to talk, to the manager, what would be the impact of delaying this vote until after we approve the SPLOST tiering? I spent a lot of time looking at the SPLOST tiering and following along. And we are just, it seems to me that we're putting the cart before the horse again and again. And that we have these, if we look at the SPLOST tiering, we have these three big projects there, and we are sort of tying our hands with those projects, with all these things we're approving, in a way where we are getting, I've seen your discussions, and I personally, outside of these meetings, have been frustrated in trying to find ways to move things earlier, whether it's by a year or two, or consider other funding options. And we're really, taking a big step here in hiring this firm. And I just feel it's something I've been concerned with SPLOST all along. As many of you know, I was on the SPLOST 2005 Citizen Committee and the 2011 Citizen Committee. And I was chair of the 2005 Oversight Committee. So I'm very familiar with the SPLOST process. And I've always felt like tiering was so crucial. It was so crucial to get involved in and get the public involved in that tiering. But once again, with this round of tiering, we have three major projects up front with no discussion to the public about how building them all at the beginning keeps us from working on the other 30 plus projects. And I just feel it would be a service to the public to have that discussion amongst the commission before we approve very first step and a major step in getting a design and architectural firm to move forward. Perhaps amongst you all, it's already a done deal and decided that everything's going to go at a certain place. But in my logical mind wants us to put together a list of the projects before start hiring them. I know my involvement with the transportation, the transportation world and the sidewalks and bike projects. You get a design firm. That's the first thing. You come back, and it's the first step to moving down the road. So I am concerned about not having a public discussion and making a decision on the tiering before we start on the third of these major projects, which we seem to be doing, all three of them. I guess not the third of the one, but the Classic Center project, the Judicial Center, and the affordable housing. So I do want to ask the manager, what would the impact of delaying a vote on this be until after we discuss and vote on the tiering?
Well, I guess it would depend on when you vote on the tiering. If it's in the near future, this wouldn't be a terrible hold. Obviously, it will impact the overall schedule and desired completion date. Mm-hmm. And as you talk about, and we'll talk more about the mechanics of moving things around in the tiers. One of the, pushing. So the Classic Center, as we talked about at length tonight, is dependent on some external funding sources to help service the debt, as they were challenged to do by only being given half the funds to build the arena. And so I would say, Commissioner Myers, the delay of this for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month is not going to affect what I'm about to say, but moving it deeper into the tier, we're in a pretty favorable interest environment right now. So this represents, as you know, one of the big three projects taking up the program. So if you're going to have to borrow funds to get it built, as we promised the citizens, you may want to do that earlier on. But I understand what you're saying about the tiering.
And following on that, just for the public's, whoever's up listening to this meeting as we go on to our, my first long meeting, wonderful meeting to be part of. But that I just want to remind the public and all of us as well that this was a project that was not selected by the Citizen Committee, but was put on afterwards. And this is the same process that happened in 2011 with the Classic Center as well. Once again, with the Classic Center going first. Again, I can't imagine having a better Classic Center, Civic Center than we have here in Athens, and run better than Paul Kramer does. He and his staff do an excellent job. Since I'm in this position now, want to bring this point up, which has always fuddled me, how we don't have discussions about these major projects and the tiering of them in front of the public and before we go into contracts for the bidding of some of these big pieces of these projects.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I share some of Commissioner Myers' concerns, and I also am very concerned about there seems to be no evidence of a public input requirement in here. Especially between the concept and the design proposal, there should be some public, widespread public input opportunity. This is huge. This is a huge project. This arena is going to define our cityscape. It could very well define our downtown. So I think I really would like to put this on hold and tweak it a little more, make sure that this agreement assures a public input process, at least in the initial design phase.
Let me address that because that, as I started out saying, this is going to follow our typical SPLOST process where there very much is a public input phase through the whole project concept. There's a work session. They will hold typically public forum or forums, for feedback on the concept. And then you have the benefit of all that and can decide to either hold it or change it in a public meeting. And if you approve it, then you send that concept that was vetted by you and the public on for preliminary design. So that process, there's nothing hidden here. This is a selection of the architect to help facilitate that process, the design professional with, the user group, the public, and y'all.
So is there a document that the Classic Center is entering into in agreement with this architect that lays out that process? I mean, I really would like to see that document, if it's some kind of agreement or contract to assure that there is that SPLOST process is part of it, and that this contractor is aware of that and also is qualified to conduct that public input.
Well, with the public input, I'm not sure the qualification to report as a design professional to residents at a public forum about the design. This will be facilitated by hopefully the project managers that are assigned the Classic Center.
In the past, we've chosen contractors based on their ability to conduct public input. I know Lord Aiken Sargent, when we were doing the West Broad study, and the folks who are working on North Athens. I mean, they're doing a tremendous job getting public input on the Bethel Homes redevelopment.
Well, we're glad to map out the process that will be very heavy in public engagement. And I think it's arguable that over the last few years, we've inserted more public engagement in our SPLOST project. So, glad to provide that, what the plan is.
I'd like to propose that we put this on hold. At least for 2 weeks, maybe even for a month. So we can get some of those answers and that clarity, and also have an opportunity to talk about the tiering more. I think it's important that the public is, granted, we're in this first meeting of the year in the wake of the world going crazy. I think the public deserves an opportunity to understand what's going on, especially as Commissioner Myers pointed out, that this was not a project that the Citizens Committee even wanted on the list.
Manager Williams, for the kind of functional interaction between the unified government, sometimes with a public sector partner and the design consultant, in this case architect, is the architect or design consultant generally provided with the SPLOST sequence to include the recognition that public input is part of that process?
Yes, public engagement is very much part of the requirements for this. That's the expectation that this commission and this community has for these SPLOST projects. And to Commissioner Link's point, this is a huge project with far-reaching ramifications. So that's absolutely going to be part of the expectation.
Got Ovita, then Allison and Mike.
I'm going to interject, and Commissioner Myers is right, and about the recommendation. And most of the things that I talk about or advocate for is the things that I know personally, and the input that we got at the commission meeting, that maybe the citizen advisory group should have had the same kind of information, is what persuaded me to support this project. Now, I don't mind putting this on hold for to address some of those issues that Commissioner Link has brought up, but I look at things from an economic point of view and who benefits. And I know there are a lot of people who live in this community that I know personally that you guys don't even know that have a job. And that's what I see the arena doing for this community. Now, I'm not up here with our politics and trying to be persuasive because of our personal feelings. We're looking at the community and economics and who benefits. And those were that was the information that the CAC did not get like we did at our commission meeting. And maybe you should have. But I think that I don't have no problem if you want to hold it a couple of weeks. But let's not let our politics get in the way of the jobs and the people that are that we have data we can show that have benefited from the Classic Center and this new endeavor. I hope we don't let our personal stuff interfere for where we're trying to get to. And I don't think, and for the concerns that I got from the CAC meetings. It could have been done a lot better than what it was. I appreciate Commissioner Myers serving, but we got a lot of concerns about the process from folk and that served on that from the African American community. So it might work for you, but it didn't work for everybody. So I don't have no problem, but I don't think we should be kicking this down the road. And as far as the prioritizing is concerned, I agree. We need to hop on that. We need to hop on that immediately. But there were some things that are on the SPLOST committee or on the SPLOST list that SPLOST recommendations would not have passed if folk in certain communities didn't support it because they thought they were going to get some benefits out of it. Because we have not gotten benefits in the past. So I don't mind, I hope, I don't mind I think it's good to have this kind of discussion. But I'm going to be here always speaking up for those folk who don't necessarily get their voices heard. So I'll leave it up to you, whatever the recommendation is. But let's be honest. We have not, certain folk have not always been in your place or in our places of decision making. And I'm not going to overlook that. And as far as I'm concerned, the Classic Senate has done a great job in the past in representing and hiring and promoting those folk that normally do not get into the economic place.
Thanks, Commissioner. I've got Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Hamby, Commissioner Houle, and Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this good feedback. One of the reasons that we typically on swearing in day in January do not have a heavy agenda is because it is a day anyway. But here we are. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to discuss. I don't want to get in the way if people need more time and more details. I do think if we're going to hold this, we have a defined amount to it, or I will vote for it as is. On number 2 in our packet under facts and issues, it points to meet the operational and business needs of the Classic Center, highly desirable for the arena project to be completed no later than fall 2023. We are on a timeline with this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayor or Manager, this is a bond-funded project partially. These things need to be fast-tracked. We already have the money to move it forward. I don't mind holding it for more specifics, but as a professional visual communicator, when we have public information exchange, it's almost always with a visual that the architect has put together. So if it's time to start surveying, getting the data, the core samples, the different things that allow an architect to get something in front of the public for the feedback, this is that next step to get us where our public, exchange about details can facilitate. But if we need to map out what those the public information, I always feel like we need to improve on our public engagement, our citizen engagement, our resident engagement, especially during the pandemic. And I think that that Jacobs is always improving on that, and there's ways to improve that as well. But I don't want us to delay this and make people think that we're trying to circumvent a project that we need to have done in a timely manner. So let's just keep sharing what we need and define. If you guys want to put a motion that's going to delay it, I need a timeline on it so that it's not just dragged out.
Before moving on to Commissioner Hamby, just want to confirm I was able to determine with Director Kramer that in the contract is public engagement and public input. So that's baked into the agreement. Commissioner Hamby.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. I had to go put my glasses on. This meeting's taking way too long, and even still, Alan Reddish always said that I look smart with my glasses on in a Rick Perry sort of way. I'm beginning to think that wasn't a compliment, but I'm going to make a motion that I know we're going to be talking about the tiering of the SPLOST next month and voting on it. So if I can make a motion to hold this until our February voting session. Do that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jesse and then Mariah.
Thanks for doing that, Commissioner Hamby. I like that. And so, yeah, I guess I just wanted to clarify right now, please correct me if I'm wrong, Manager Williams, we only have one bond issued so far. Is that correct? And of that 32 million in that bond, only 1.769 million of it is designated to the Classic Center. Is that right?
Yes, that was meant to jumpstart design and project management.
Okay. And so that 1.769 is part of the total needed for this project. Sorry, I got my
yes, sir.
Windows confused here. Okay. So the remainder that goes beyond that 1.769, when are we paying that? Like if we sign this contract, are we expected to pay it all up front, or is that over the course of 11 years or?
Well, it'd be over the course of the design engagement. So it's sort of a ramp up period, if you will. You know, they'd be paying for their time. So we wouldn't pay them up front. They would bill on a monthly or quarterly basis, I think monthly, for whatever time they had put in. And so they would spend, a small portion of the overall fee in the first few months just getting organized. Then when they got into the actual construction drawings later on is when they're going to burn a significant amount of that fee.
Okay. And so is it safe to assume that even echoing Commissioner Myers, not wanting to put the cart before the horse, if like the plan for the bond, the larger bond for Classic Center were to be pushed back a bit, or the Classic Center project in general would be to push back a bit in the tiering process, we would only need a smaller portion of the overall total money for Classic Center to fund this project. This design for the project. Is that correct?
Yes, you'd only pay for the work that was done up to a certain point, and if it got put on hold, then you would just, resume when you were ready to do that.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Yeah, I'm in favor of holding this and moving on. Sorry, I'm beginning to stutter. I'm getting tired.
Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, in the interest of everyone's sanity, I will actually skip. So thank you, but I'm okay.
All right, I've got a motion and a second to hold this until the February voting meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're moving on to professional design for the Costa Building, and the agenda report outlines the work that this group will be going through, and then the user group that will be involved in that as well. So, Commissioner Link.
Yeah, this poor little project is at the very, very bottom of this SPLOST 2011. It's been kicking around for 10 years now. So yeah, I'd just like to motion that we go ahead and approve and get this process started.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Parker.
Got it. I do have full time on this one. So I think it's interesting that we're getting money for the study of how we can support represented entrepreneurs. And we have been eyeing, and last budget cycle approved, in a sense, work on converting the Costa Building in its final form into some sort of Black business hub. And yet we're moving ahead with a contract to begin design of project concepts for the space without having completed that work to think about what sorts of spatial needs businesses like that have. And so I was just wondering if those, if results of that study are going to factor at all into the project concepts as they come forward, or if those doing this work, if they are going to have access to the information, and then thirdly, I guess, like the timelines for each of these to see if that overlap and that sharing of information is possible, or if I guess we in the study are more focused on a different space. Yeah, I just would love some clarification on that, because it seems kind of like intermingling timelines that might be that maybe should inform each other, but currently don't seem to be.
Sure, that's a great question, Commissioner Parker, and one of the things I want to do for all of you starting the new year with a new commission is sending you a sort of a history of all the conversations been had about Costa over time. To be direct to your question, if you'll remember, a little over a year ago, we got an engineering firm to take a look at potential uses for the building, and everything from some limited housing to office space to a museum, those types of things were knocked around. And where the group seemed to land at, and I'll put all this in an email to you. We had looked at another building to try and co-locate economic development in the Northeast Georgia Business Alliance and some flex space, exactly what you were talking about. And the last conversation we really had with the commission was that well, we'd sort of like to see something like that in the upper floors and maybe a restaurant or something downstairs. And so what we said we would do was go ahead and move towards, some selective demolition while we mulled that over. As was pointed out by Commissioner Link, we're late in the process. As I committed, that our habit is when it comes to SPOS projects, we have a user group, we do a project concept. And so we're just kickstarting a process, and I had questions from Commissioner Houle as well. It is not preempting the use of the building at all. All we're doing is moving the process forward formally. We've had the informal discussions, we've kicked around some ideas. What makes this different, and I hope everybody appreciates this, particularly the viewing public, when we have a SPOS project like the Greenway or a fire station, who the tenant is understood, And so this is where the commission's going to determine who's going to occupy the building, what uses it's meant for. But we're going to go through our normal process in a very public way of having this discussion. The hiring of the architect only gets them teed up to start looking into these types of things. And certainly we're going to be coming to you for some feedback and the user group as well about what's best for the building.
So
y'all the ultimate decision makers on this.
But do the timelines for the study and this work allow such that some insights gleaned from the study could be leveraged to make sure the space is best outfitted for the purposes we envisioned?
And the study you referred to is the economic development grant that we're going for. I don't know the exact timeline on that. Those two weren't synced together, but I see why you're putting those two together. That would make sense to have the benefit of that. We could certainly look at that, and this process could, we've gone through a procurement process that following our guidelines. Bringing the design professional on board again would not mean that we would have to ignore that. We could slow all that down if that's something that you wanted to see. At present, the latest direction we got is that something y'all are keenly interested in. That would be something that we'd be looking at.
One note I'd make, just in terms of this is as a construction project, and particularly one that involves some demolition. Some of that simply, and I think it's mentioned as phase one in this agenda report, would involve some structural considerations. What walls absolutely have to come out because they're impediments to any future development. What hazardous materials have to be removed, what supports in the building envelope and HVAC system and access points generally would be necessary for any future user. And so I would expect that work, just having, been around some construction projects, to take some period of time while that, while that more user-friendly stuff is being developed through interaction between this user group and us.
I understand. Thank you.
Any further input?
Somebody already make a motion?
Commissioner Myers?
I'm touching the wrong computer. Okay. On this, I'm in support of this, and I did ask Manager Williams as well about some of the requirements made in terms of sustainability and renewability with the architecture, and I got great responses. I'm very thankful for that. I did want to ask Manager Williams to let me know or where we are in the development of our revised green energy codes, building guidelines. I'm not sure I'm using the right phrase, but for our county government buildings. I think that's in the government operations.
It's in GOC right now.
Okay. And I just was wondering what the status was on that.
Thanks, Josh. Assistant Manager Edwards is our staff assigned to GOC. Josh, did you want to weigh in on that? Oh, his mic is not hooked up.
I thought that was an LRC. Yeah, that's an LRC, right? Chair, right?
This is with our own structures, not with
right
external.
Yeah, I think we were waiting on Andrew Saunders to come back to us in the new year. Am I following that correctly?
We actually, it's coming in the next agenda cycle, y'all. We just held it off for the sake of this agenda.
Okay.
Thanks for holding something off this agenda. Somebody was thinking. Appreciate it.
So it's done, and
appreciate it.
And Chair Harrod signed it and everything. It's coming, but we're trying to keep it lighter.
Okay, well, thank you, and I'll make a motion to vote or whatever we're supposed to do at this point.
I think Commissioner Parker made a motion. You want a second, Commissioner Myers?
I'll second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, 14 is a T-SPLOS project, and this is a long-awaited segment of the North County River Greenway, about 2/3 of a mile on the river, connecting two segments that don't meet each other until this work gets done. So be glad for a motion for approval. Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, this is in District 4. This is the cemetery section. There's been so much hard work and many hours and many years. As you can see, it involves T-SPLOS 20.
For a building?
Is somebody else? I'm sorry. Was it my turn?
Yeah, go right ahead. I appreciate it.
SPLOS 2018 as well as SPLOS 2011 sub-project. So I'm thrilled with the successful work that our staff and the SPLOS and T-SPLOS committee staff has done to this. Let's connect this, get this going. It's a major connectivity to the segments on each side. It's going to be awesome. So I move that we approve it. 1A, B, C, please.
Second.
Thank you, Jesse. Commissioner Huell.
Any further input?
I think that was Commissioner Edwards gets credit. I was just emphatically nodding with excitement.
Got a motion from Commissioner Wright, a second from Commissioner Edwards. Any further input on this? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
The fastest agenda items go in D4. Thank you.
All right, we've got item 15, which is the legislative items for discussion.
Mayor, if I might, before you move too far away from this, I think Assistant Manager Edwards misheard the topic we were speaking about. So what's been passed through GOC and was coming to you, but we pushed off was a naming policy, not the environmental policy. And so that is an LRC. And I'm not sure exactly where we are with it. Deborah was working that committee, and I'm taking over. But suffice it to say, we did have a lead standard that the commission had passed for all projects, and there was some question as to whether the cost involved was worth that certification. When we don't care about having a plaque on the wall, we just want the buildings to be energy efficient. And so the committee was looking at different. Andrew was helping to, provide some alternatives to that. And so that's where we are, Commissioner Myers. And I guess pending, what the mayor's dangling in front of you, your committee assignments at the end of this meeting, we can find out who's going to dig in on that.
Yep, my apologies, y'all.
No worries. All right. Again, legislative items. I know Commissioner Denson, you had a slight amendment, so I'm going to let you kick it off.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the CDO I have just simplifies our ask and shortens it and took off the request for Medicaid expansion, not because that is not an absolute vital thing that we must do, at least until we have Medicare for all, but something that our state legislators aren't going to move forward on. So kind of limiting this list of things that are, I believe, all local legislation, and in hopes that they will act upon these. So I make a motion to pass this CDO.
Second.
I have some input.
I appreciate it, Commissioner Link. A couple of commissioners, Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Link, anyone else? Commissioner Myers. Go ahead, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. I did, and very rarely do I have a chance to do emails up into the meeting, and I did see that our newly elected Commissioner Myers had a modification to the list, and I wanted to make sure that she had a chance to present that, because it is very rare that we get to, especially anything after 3 o'clock sometimes with it. But I wanted to make sure that you had your airtime to explain what you had learned from the attorney's office for those who maybe didn't get to your 5:30 message. And I think you did get your hand up, so I will yield my time to you to explain what you found out, because I'm interested in learning what we can do at the local level with the enforcement of that.
Oh, should I go first or Melissa?
Melissa, go ahead, and then I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner Myers.
Am I okay? I know I had brought up that the idea of asking for more local control on the width of multi-use paths. Apparently there's a certain width that is required to qualify something as a multi-use path. And it's what is it, like 10 feet or something? And, in the meantime, we're having all these discussions about bike lanes and sidewalks, and we keep opting for multi-use paths in areas where, they're not necessarily heavily trafficked, but they're certainly necessary. And I'm wondering if we could just add a little clause to this address speeding in neighborhoods that mentions, or address speeding in neighborhoods, or make it address speeding and pedestrian safety in neighborhoods, and add a clause asking for local control regulating the width of multi-use paths.
Commissioner Link, it'd be helpful for me if we had some of the state guidelines that you're referencing just in front of us.
I don't have those state guidelines.
Okay. All right. If you come back to us, I'd appreciate it. Commissioner Myers?
Yes. And thank you, Commissioner Wright, for making sure I got my word in here. I had sent something out earlier this week looking into this, but it was just this week. An Athenian had brought this to my attention as something that we needed to bring again and again to the state legislature. And this is something that's been a concern of mine, that we talk about the SPLOST, the penny taxes that we go for SPLOST and T-SPLOST. Oh, I have a noise there. That we often talk about how great it is that we get the proceeds from people coming into town who spend their money here. But those SPLOST and T-SPLOST taxes also go on people's groceries when they go to buy a loaf of bread, milk, some broccoli, and such. And that's a state rule right now that we cannot decide locally to not have that tax applied to groceries. So I had sent out a wording here that I'm trying to get hold of again. that we could add a 6 points to allow local governments to decide to exempt food items from the local sales tax pennies as occurs with the exemption of food items on the 4% sales tax collected as state revenue. The state does not collect their sales tax on bread and milk and broccoli, but we as local entities and others in Georgia don't have that right to make a decision about whether or not we want to exempt food items. And I wanted to see if we could add this as an amendment to Commissioner Denson's list and see if there's any discussion. I realize I am bringing this forth at a late point, on a late night.
Commissioner Davenport.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Did I caught your email late as well? Did you speak with the attorney's office? Did they provide any input or anything?
Yes. In fact, I contacted the attorney's office. It might have been yesterday. I'm not sure. I had asked them about this, and they got me the wording. They had a busy day as well. I asked them for help early this morning, I think, with the wording, and they got that back to me about 4:30 today, and that's when I sent it out.
Commissioner Houle.
Commissioner Denson, are you amenable to adding Commissioner Myers' 6th point to your list?
The only questions I had was if there was an idea of how this would affect our SPLOST and a T-SPLOST right now, like setting it back potentially on how long it takes or how much revenue we collect. And then the other question I had, which I wondered was, do we know if this applies to SNAP benefits or if it's treated differently for SNAP recipients?
Yeah, I had similar questions about the impact on our revenue projections for kind of ongoing capital programs. It'd be helpful for me to have a little bit more of that information. And certainly this is something we could do as a supplemental request, as the session gets going.
Although to clarify, this would be us asking just for them to allow us the option to create that exemption. It's not committing us to the exemption, right? So couldn't we just move forward with having this on the list and then decide whether we actually want to do it after we know that information on the revenue?
Certainly.
I'm seeing a lot of snaps, so I'll whatever motion is needed to try to get this going.
Let's vote.
So this would be 6 items. All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Denson. Who's the second?
Me.
Okay.
Commissioner Edwards. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving on. Next item, and again, the tiering schedule we're going to address in the work session. So we're moving on to 17. This is extension of the fare-free transit service and temporary transit service reductions for the duration of FY21 pandemic impact.
So moved.
Second.
All right, everybody jumping. I think I've got
I'm so excited about fare-free.
Motion from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Hamby.
There's an ordinance associated with this,
all right,
Mr. Mayor.
Go right ahead, Judd.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2021 annual operating capital budget for Athens, Clark County, Georgia, so as to provide additional funding in order to maintain current fare-free transit service levels and for other purposes. I got the wrong one, didn't I? We haven't got to that item yet.
No, that's it.
No, that's transit.
Okay, good.
All right. Motion and a second is on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on to item number 18. This is professional management services contract for the SPLOST 2020 program. Manager Williams, just for the benefit of the public, because we do this fairly infrequently, can you describe the process that got us to this point?
Yes, thank you. So we've had several SPLOST that Athens Clark County Unified Government has used a firm to help provide professional services for project management. before 2005, that firm was Heery, and then in 2005, the Mayor and Commission selected Jacobs. Jacobs, well, at the time it was Jordan, Jones, and Goulding, later on bought out by Jacobs, but they have been the firm that's provided project management services up to present day. When SPLOST 2020 passed, there was some discussion about perhaps extending their contract, and you all, the Mayor and Commission at the time, directed that we rebid that project, go back out to the market and see it, and procure those services. After you did that, I went back and looked at the process by which 2005 contract was awarded. I thought it was a good process. The mayor at the time, and I suggested to Mayor Girtz, and he did, appointed a committee to had 2 residents, 2 commissioners, commissioner and the mayor, and 2 staff people, including myself. And we did several things there, and I won't belabor it too much because it's late, but the group helped, and you approved bringing program management services in-house, which ended up saving us about $1 million. But we went through a procurement process. There was a good amount of interest in it. The committee made a recommendation after shortlisting and interviewing, and this was there were 2 commissioners. Sorry, Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Edwards, and the mayor. And this recommendation is being brought to you to provide project management services for SPLOST 2020.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Now I've got Commissioner Hamby on tap. Anyone else? Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Wright. Okay, Mike.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to be real quick. And I've asked these questions of the manager, but I'd like for others to hear them as well. So, this has been a long relationship with Jacobs. I think they've done a good job. I'd like to see some improvements, though. As we all, everybody can improve. So there's nothing wrong with that or saying that. So some of the improvements, I'm wondering with the discussions between Commissioner Ryan, Edwards, and the mayor, and those that were other on the committee. So I know when we talked about T-SPLOST, I brought up the point that when we have these SPLOST programs or T-SPLOST, if they're for 5 years or 11 years, I think the projects ought to get done within the time frame that we're collecting the monies, if not sooner. So I remember at the time they said that there were some things that we can do to change our procedures about, perhaps approving concepts at the same time we approve something else, or to shorten the process. I guess I would say I'd like to see something like that come forward to us to approve, to where we can, if we're the ones holding up the projects, let us know how we can fix that so that we can change the procedures in order to do that. The second comment is this: this is a long relationship, and I don't know what is in place within the discussion y'all have about how we can, maybe after every 2 years, like we do the manager or somebody, to how we can review and see where we're at and have a conversation like that about where how they're doing and what's going on. And I'm trying to get at the accountability part. How can we hold ourselves and them more accountable, so that, because the residents are holding us, or the constituents are holding us accountable, as they should, on these projects getting done. We always point to the, I think Mayor mentioned this, and it's a good point the other day. We always point to the Clayton Street project. That's kind of like our tunnel under, and didn't they take a long time to build that tunnel between Andy's old stomping grounds in Britain and France, or wherever they were building a tunnel that took forever? That's kind of our tunnel. And how do we keep that from dragging out? But also, how do you be more proactive in saying, okay, I think construction costs are going to be up real high 10 years from now, so you might want to think about tiering this up front, which is relevant to a discussion we're going to be having in a few weeks. So I'm going to stop there, but my final question to Manager Williams is this. The contract's not on here. I understand that it's a work in progress that will be developed between you and the attorney. But I would like to know within the contract if they're really doing a horrible job or if they're just really tired of us. How do we? And I can see where people would get tired of us really quick. So how do they get out of our relationship? How do we divorce each other if we wanted to do that? And how many days is it going to take us to get through this breakup?
Okay, there is a termination agreement, severability clause, if you will, in any agreement. The current agreement with Jacobs, which is or for project management services, has a 120-day out by either party for any reason. And the 120 days is just, in order to give us time to transition to a different firm.
Okay.
So that can be done at any time for any reason.
Okay, good. That's good. And I got one final question. I'm sorry. I just thought I remembered this. And that's, of course, our SPLOST program, they do the program management. They hire a lot of subcontractors. So did y'all have conversations within this committee about what they can do to engage more minority-owned business subcontractors so that we can, we've talked about that a lot, and certainly that's important. That's important to this commission. So how are they going to do that differently? Because I haven't seen that in the past. I'll say that.
Well, and that's something that both Commissioners Wright and Edwards and other committee members felt like was really important.
It is. Thank you.
That and public engagement as well. Those are things that the committee really put forth to all the applicants, and Jacobs committed to making that a priority for how to engage those folks here locally, as well as working with y'all on the public engagement side. And Commissioner Hamby, I think it'd also be helpful from y'all to understand, those performance measures. When we talk about accountability and coming back, I think being very clear about the expectations that, at that point in time when we look back to evaluate, that there are clear goalposts, if you will. Did you do the job as we said? So that'll be important on the front end too.
Right, I agree with that, but I'm still. Did they give maybe a more specific answer about how they could engage or solicit bidding from minority contractors?
Yes, they did. I don't have that at my fingertips, but
okay. As long as they did, I just want to make sure it's on the radar.
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I can send that out to y'all.
I remember, Blaine. They talked about hosting job fairs. They talked some too about really, needing direction from the commission and, being open to that direction, so any policy we want to pass, any sort of assistance we want to provide.
Well, and I think one of those things I would also look at other communities and maybe try to develop a list of people who do the work that we need done, and instead of, job fairs are great, but a lot of times you're just sitting there at the table twiddling your thumbs, but being a little bit more proactive and actually making people aware of bids that are out there that could be bid on, and encourage that.
One thing they asked for from us was a certified contractor list that had minority businesses on it. They worked in Clayton County and had a lot of success working a publicly funded project there by interfacing with the government procurement office that had a list already vetted of contractors and subs that they provided to Jacobs. So that might be something we can help with too.
And that dovetails well with our contracting and procurement work for our own non-SPLOST projects for when we just need a building painted and those kind of activities. That's been a big source of discussion in economic development and central services alike. And the other piece of engagement, and just to note, was how they could be more creative in general public outreach around projects. And
I agree with that. I certainly think the creative part, when we're talking about like streetscaping and stuff downtown Athens, I look forward to that discussion. But just I don't know. I don't want as an example us to look like. I love Elberton, but we want to look like Athens and whatever that means. But I also think too, and this goes to not only SPLOST, but our engineers in the water and whatever other capital projects that Robert is helping with, the minority involvement also could apply and should apply to our on-call folks that we have that are do the on-call work. So I'd like to see more activity on that front as well. Thank you. That's all I have. I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Avita.
Everything that Mike said was very promising, and I want to know how much of that is going to be worded in the contract.
Well, yeah. I was able to find what their suggested approach was, and I'm sorry it took me a minute to get to that. This was a pointed question, I want to remind you, from the committee, because they were thinking along the same lines you were. And a three-pronged approach, one of those things was, once the tier funding schedule is approved, working to develop that schedule of projects and then, modeling out the types of services that'll be needed on each of those projects. There'll be professional or design or construction, and then getting that information out in a variety of ways. So here locally, it reaches the broadest number of people, and then certainly working with local agencies that serve local and disadvantaged businesses, making sure they have it and we're getting through on their networks. And then, working through our nascent workforce development and inclusion efforts to provide training and assistance for local and disadvantaged businesses, and, in ways like we might train some of our staff. That could be, we've already done some bid requirements and how to, contract, identify applicable skill sets that would work within some of the SPLOST projects and communicate those out to the DVDs. And then get even broader outreach to, associations of general contractors of Georgia for local opportunities for training and networking. And then, to be more specific, identify local specific disadvantaged businesses that we want to actually give it the information straight to, that are working in these areas that the SPLOST projects are going to require. So I can send you some more information about that, but that's what they've committed to in response to the committee's question.
And will this be part of the contract?
But my question is how is that work when you send Commissioner Hamby the contract? Is there going to be some wording that says what you just that will kind of compact what you just said?
Yes.
That's going to be the important part when you're talking about evaluation. If you're telling us one thing and it's not in the contract, we can't evaluate it. So we would be expecting it to be worded and to be able to measure it. I'm like whoever said, a job fair is not, that's an effort. It's not an accomplishment. So I would like to see it worded, and then we as the commission should figure out how we would measure the progress.
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. I am hoping that we can update the agenda report under history 8, and I apologize that I wasn't available when this came about to interject this, is can we please put in the my designation on the committee the timeline, because I was added in at the end, and if we could make sure that Jerry's commitment and time on this committee is marked out, you know what I mean? So like when you list the committee, RFP committee, make sure that you put like Jerry's Neesmith's name in there and his timeline, because you guys worked a lot of time before I got dropped in as the second person to follow up after he left us. So I just want to make sure that's in there and as an accurate history on 8 under history. And then, so I just, Blaine, I think if you can share with everybody the paperwork that came to us as the committee requested. What we were requesting was a defined approach for disadvantaged business enterprises as a category that we can harvest better representation in our SPLOS program. And then, like Commissioner Thornton and Hamby have asked for, is getting snapshots out of that description of what Jacobs has committed to improving. We could start by knowing the percentage of the disadvantaged business enterprises they have been using, so that we can see that percentage is improving with the contract specifics, as well as community engagement. We talked about that earlier today, but especially with the pandemic, making sure that our ability to get the community engagement earlier in the process, so that we're not stalling the progress of the process and the projects with the community engagement and people not knowing what's going on. So I think the committee did do a good job, thorough job. We did get a reduction in hourly rates from them with this process. I didn't see that necessarily outlined in the agenda report, but I think that was an important benefit to us doing this process. And if anybody wants to call me and talk to me about my time on the committee, which was kind of fall timeline, I'll be happy to share whatever, but not now. Call me later, because it's way past my bedtime.
All right. Any other input? Commissioner Houle.
I think, yeah, sorry, I'll try to be quick here. I didn't realize that Commissioner Wright was preparing to collaborate with Commissioner Parker with that alliteration there, but progress of the process of the project. So I'm like, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for this song. Yeah.
2021, it happens finally.
I did want to ask, and I'm in support of passing this tonight, but I'm just curious, Manager Williams, if you could speak to, now that we have Robert Cheshire brought on board, how much sense might it make to think about longer term bringing some of this project management oversight in-house instead of contracting it out, perhaps under his purview?
Well, we did discuss that, maybe starting, in fact, that's really where I started with the committee, was maybe we keep the program management with the firm and bring project management in. I think there is a benefit to having a larger firm that has a number of disciplines that, and also readily trained folks who, if somebody leaves for greener pastures or what have you, they can instantly backfill it with somebody who's professionally trained in project management. With a program like this, and depending on your tiering, you're going to have 2 to 3 project managers perhaps working at any given time. And, quite frankly, as a local government, can we pay a competitive salary to attract the talent that knows how to manage these projects? Oftentimes that's difficult to do. It's something we can certainly look at, Commissioner Houle. I think the hybrid transition, here was bringing program in and then maybe look to the future on the project.
I have one question.
Yeah, Commissioner Thornton.
Manager Williams, Jacobs was actually housed in one of our offices at City Hall. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Will they still be housed there?
Yes, if you approve it.
Do they have the same financial or rental agreement like other agencies that are using our area?
No, they don't. We provide the office space, and really, you're only talking about at this point 2 offices that they occupy. The rest of the office space that's used down there are for employees that are directly employed by the unified government. So the ladies, the folks that work down in the staff that provide accounting, finance, administrative support, they're all ACCGov employees. And I guess the other thing to that is that we would be paying them to pay us if we had some type of rental arrangement.
Well, I guess we had some new amounts for some of the other folk that are using space. So I just want to make that public. Whatever we decide is fine. But we do have other folk that are paying for rental for space. That's all. It may not even be worth it. It may be more expensive. But I did want to make that a public stand. We do charge other folks.
And if I could, Mayor, at this point, if it's appropriate, I did want to recognize the 2 residents that gave of their time to serve on the committee, Robert Finch and Carl Blunt, both, and I don't think they missed a meeting for the most part. So they're appreciated.
Both very engaged. I thank them a great deal, and thanks to Commissioners Edwards and Wright, and certainly to Commissioner Neesmith. All of that input was helpful. I think we got a better product as a result. I think by putting this out to bid, we got an enhanced version of Jacobs at, as Commissioner Wright noted, a better rate. So with that, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, hearing none. Thank you so much. All right, item number 19 is extension of some of the kind of alcohol-related ordinance modifications around the outdoor retail area, concurrent with COVID through the end of March. Commissioner Houle?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor, it has an ordinance.
All right, go ahead and read that if you would, Judd.
Yep. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clark County, Georgia, with respect to outdoor retail areas and for other purposes.
Thanks, Judd. I've got a motion from Commissioner Houle. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
Right, got a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. 22 is our 12th declaration of local state of emergency related to COVID. We, of course, have to do these on nearly a monthly basis, given requirements in state law. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Let me read the ordinance, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
An ordinance for the 12th declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton, second from Commissioner Edwards. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, at one point we're going to have an executive session tonight, but that's not going to happen tonight. Just to let you know, we're going to move that to next week. I do have standing committee assignments, and I will have a couple of resident group assignments next week. I'm just waiting on a couple of members of the Safety and Justice group, and then I'll be assembling the Stormwater group as well. The 3 standing committees, the Audit Committee will be Patrick Davenport, Melissa Link, Allison Wright, Russell Edwards, and Carol Myers, with Melissa Link as chair. Legislative Review will be Avita Thornton, Jesse Houle, Mariah Parker, Carol Myers, and Allison Wright. Commissioner Wright as chair. And then Government Operations will be Commissioner Denson, Patrick Davenport, Melissa Link, Mike Hamby, and Russell Edwards, with Commissioner Hamby as chair. And I am going to assign to Government Operations, as I've said publicly and in response to some email queries, the review and discussion and recommendation to the full commission of the Community Police Advisory Board. And I'm going to ask the GOC begin taking that up at their February meeting, when the resident task force will present to them. So with that, I'm going to turn it to the round robin, and I'll begin with Mike Hamby, and then we'll go backwards to Commissioner Davenport.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just be brief. Everyone, Happy New Year. I hope this is going to be a good year for us. And it looks like it's on a good track, and hopefully we can get this COVID thing under control and start meeting back in person when maybe the meetings will be a little bit shorter again, or maybe not. Well, since Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Denson are behind the rail these days and not coming to us talking for every 3 minutes, and maybe they will be a little bit shorter, but I do miss the engagement and the interactivity, and I think that's always been a good thing, and hopefully we can get back to that point in the near future. But anyway, happy New Year to everybody, and welcome Carol and Jesse.
Vita?
Just welcome Carol and Jesse. I hope y'all enjoy it. We're good.
Thanks, Carol. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for this good lengthy meeting to get me in training for this commissioner job. I'm thankful to be here, and to anyone out there who's listened to that. Especially in my district, but please feel free to reach out to me. I'm learning a lot about the community and different organizations, and my Athens Clark County email is up at carol.myers.
Carol.myers.
It's there. So reach out to me. I'm here to listen and learn and contribute. Thank you so much for this first meeting.
Thanks. Russell?
Thank you. I was reading the DPH COVID report today along with the hospital report, and just want to pass along that in our hospital region, 85 ICU beds are in use out of a total of 70. So it looks like they've, in Piedmont and St. Mary's, are dealing with some sort of surge capacity of ICUs. So again, just proud to serve on a body that acted swiftly to mandate mask wearing in Athens. I think for the most part, we've seen a lot of awareness and compliance in this community. And I just really feel for folks living in some of the outside counties, outside Athens, particularly, I've got a prayer for families grappling with the decision to send kids to school in districts that are not mandating masks. That's really just been an unfortunate situation for Athens because our hospitals serve those areas. And I have friends in Oconee County, and I really feel for them. I know that I have one friend in particular whose child, wears a mask to school, but because there's no mandate, it creates this confusion, and he gets kind of pestered and bullied for being a wuss or whatever. So it's really sad to witness how other boards and authorities have addressed this pandemic, and it's a real lack of courage, a real lack of awareness of the science. So again, just to reiterate how thankful I am for each and every one of you for the steps we've taken as a body in Athens to help protect our citizens. And it bears out that we've done the right thing. When you look at our mortality rate, we have one of the lowest mortality rates of any metro area in the state. I know Mayor Girtz has shared information regarding that widely. I'm real proud of what we've been doing here. So again, just keep those masks on and prayers up for folks in the surrounding counties who are living under governments and authorities, school boards who simply lack the courage to do the right thing. It's really sad. So thanks, everybody.
Okay, Jesse.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I originally thought I would rattle off a bunch of praise, and now I'm so tired it's going to seem half-hearted, but it's genuine. The first thing is I really wanted to thank the staff and mayor and ACCPD for putting together the work session on public safety that's coming up, and for the swift action today. You know, it was a pretty frightening day, I think, up in DC, and to have a peaceful day here I was really grateful for that. But it also I think was a nice reminder that for all the work that I think I and others on this body want to do to try to reform public safety, there's also a lot of really vital functions that our public safety officers perform in this community, and that, you know, I think I and the rest of us are grateful for. And I wanted to give a shout out to the school board and thank them for getting on board with us for the TAD around the mall in District 6. I think that's going to help a lot. And hopefully we'll get to have a collaborative discussion with them again sooner than later, whenever that may be. I'm looking forward to that. I wanted to extend a lot of praise to the enormous amount of work that people in this community did, including members of this commission, for the kabillion elections we had this year, all the way through the runoff that concluded yesterday. And I think many of us are really happy with the results of the Senate runoff. I know I am. And I just really wanted to give a nod to others on this call who have been somehow juggling everything that we've been discussing on this agenda that took so long, while also pushing for that runoff, and also the runoff for our district attorney and all the elections before that. So, and also to the staff of the Board of Elections, who's enabled us to have these elections over and over again and deal with COVID in the midst of it. And I really wanted to commend Jesse Evans and Charles Napper, who I think put in a lot of work to make some really necessary and positive reforms for electoral access in our community. I think there's been a lot of concern in the community about those folks leaving and how is the work going to move forward. And I have a lot of confidence in the new folks that have joined on are going to bring some fresh energy, but I also think advance that work that's been done by Jesse Evans and Charles Napper in the last 4 years, or in Mr. Napper's case, 19 years. The last kind of two-parter I wanted to do was just give a shout out and thanks to the finance department and the manager's office. I went through the ACCG trainings, and they gave all these examples of counties that deal with all these fiscal woes. And it made me so grateful that we have this award-winning finance department where even in the midst of a pandemic, we're able to just kind of move forward, not worrying about the whole ship capsizing. And I think that's, you know, thanks to a lot of really important work that can easily be overlooked because it's dry to talk about. And also just to share with the public that Manager Williams, I think this just started last year. I know I just learned about it when I was doing the onboarding with you, but these manager snapshots that you do are pretty incredible. So for the many folks I know who like to dig real deep, there are these 50, 60-page documents that come out each month where you can do that. They're available on the website, and they're called the Manager Snapshot. I just thought people might do well to know to give that a look. So with that, I'll pass it along. But thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Jesse. Tim.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just really quick, I also just want to give huge kudos and thanks to our elections workers and our poll workers, especially my wonderful wife. And y'all make this whole thing run, and man, you put in some extra hours and extra time, not including also like all of the recounts and the audits. This has been probably the most taxing election year for most Georgia Board of Elections. Also, just want to, anybody who's still awake with us here, vaccine pre-registrations and registrations are happening through the Georgia Department of Public Health here in Athens. You can go to publichealthathens.com to go ahead and register. And the governor actually announced recently that they've changed the prioritization a little bit. So folks who are 65 and up can go ahead and start registering, and they will be applicable to potentially get vaccines as soon as January 11th. So everybody please go register. And even if you're not in one of those priority groups, you can pre-register. So you already get your place in line, you'll get contacted when it is your turn. Please do that. And after that, 2020 was a hell of a year, but I am infinitely impressed and love how our community reacted to such a challenging year. It makes me think that this community can get through anything. And I am just so impressed and by the amount of gratitude and compassion and solidarity that not only this local government, but the entire community has expressed during such a time. And it just makes me proud as hell to not only be a commissioner here, but just be somebody who lives here.
Thanks, Tim. Allison.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I want clarification. I want to thank you for letting me continue to be the chair of LRC. Did you just move Russell and Mike to GOC? I just want to be clear.
This is true.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And for the new composition of LRC, just know that I'll be sending an email out to everybody to find an optimal time. I want to make sure that we can aim for 100% participation, because we have a lot of really research and education-worthy topics that I want to make sure we're all tackling and can move through the committee and to the full commission. I want to thank the voters of District 4. It was a crazy May election that turned into a June election, and I was thrilled to be with my family being sworn in safely outside at the City Hall today. And I want to thank my voters for that. And I also want to thank our election department and the poll workers. They're like our new essential workers working through a pandemic where we can't require masks of our voters. And so they were also putting themselves on the front line for some different priorities with the pandemic. And I think that's it. Thanks, everybody. And I'm looking forward to New Year and our new team working together.
Thanks, Allison. Melissa?
Government Ops is going to meet when it's convenient for Mike at 3:00 in the morning. So y'all just be ready. Patrick, on that, I know.
17th hole?
Yeah, 17th hole in the bathroom.
I just want to say thank you and congratulations to everyone who worked so hard on the election, and many people in this body. I know everybody worked their butts off, and it paid off. Thanks to Stacey Abrams, particularly. And thank God that we elected 2 Democratic senators who will condemn the insurrection and sedition that seems to have overtaken the Republican Party. I believe that those who have supported it should be removed from office, including our own Congressman Jody Heiss. Thankfully, Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue will not be in that body anymore. So I hope that this body can somehow make a statement, reach out, and express our complete and utter disgust at the coup attempt that happened today in Washington, D.C. Just a year ago, I myself was at the foot of those Capitol steps engaging in a peaceful protest. I know how these things go down. I've engaged in protests in the streets of DC more than I can count on at least one hand. And what went down today was just unconscionable, unacceptable. It was an active coup perpetuated by the sitting president of the United States. From what I understand, there's talk of enacting the 25th Amendment and impeachment to get this guy out of office and then before inauguration even. So there's more to come. I also want to echo Commissioner Edwards' concerns about the COVID pandemic. And shame to those communities around us who have not acted to protect their citizens. Shame to those school districts who are endangering the lives of children and teachers and their families. My husband quit his job in Jefferson City schools because they would not mandate masks. They have outbreaks constantly. Administrators have come down with COVID. People are terrified. Teachers are terrified. I have dear friends who still work in Jefferson and Oconee schools, people who send their kids to these schools. They will not visit their family members because they don't know if their kids are constantly carrying the pandemic. So thank God we live in Athens. Thanks to you all for taking it seriously. Thanks to our community for taking it seriously. And shame to those communities who are, I believe, history will tell, leaders in those communities will go down as accessories to negligent homicide responsible for the deaths of folks who got this disease and perished because they could not enact very simple public health measures to protect the lives of the people who they are sworn to protect. So be grateful we live in Athens. Thanks to y'all, and take care.
Thanks. Mariah?
Thank you. I'll keep it short. I want to wish everyone a Happy New Year. Welcome to the body. Commissioner Myers, very excited to work with you. Thank you for everyone that put in so much work on the elections here in Georgia yesterday and for the months and years leading up to this moment. It feels good that the work is finally paying off. And yeah, that's it. Good night. Thanks for sticking with us till 11:10 p.m.
I am going to read the Bible to everybody, word for word.
Keep it brief. Come on, Reverend. Keep it brief.
Okay. First of all, pretty much all my colleagues have echoed what I was going to say. Everyone sign up to get vaccinated. Please go to Georgia Department of Public Health. Get that done. Today was a good day. Thank you, Athens Progressive Corps, all the Board of Elections, all the people who canvassed, all the people who knocked on the doors. Welcome, Commissioner Myers. I look forward to working with you. I'm probably going to be hating you by the end of the week because I'm going to know you a lot. Happy New Year. Blaine Williams' beard grew 2 inches longer during the meeting, by the way. And thank you and congratulations to Shawanda Johnson. That's it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Everybody, Happy New Year. I'm
Motion
glad to be able to be with you.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Link. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Ciao.
opposed?
Good night,
All right,
y'all.
at 11:11. Good night. Be safe, everyone.